Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 14th, regular City Council meeting. Before we get called to order, I want to ask everybody to please just turn their cell phones on silent. We do these instead of clapping. And Councilmember Zernitskaya, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Could you also read the land acknowledgement?
Sure. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tovaangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these people are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I'll do the roll call. Councilmember Zwick is currently absent. Councilmember Hall?
Present.
Councilmember Hall is joining remotely, and Councilmember Raskin is also joining remotely. Yes.
I'm here.
Sorry, I said present for you. So Councilmember Snell.
Present.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis is currently absent, and Mayor Negrete.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. And at this time, I'd like to ask if any present council members will recuse themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. And just for the council members' information, updated Levine Act forms were posted for items 4F and G. But I am seeing no recusals.
We have to have a quorum in council chambers. I just was notified before we can begin the meeting, so we need one more person in attendance.
Okay. Oh. Okay, so we'll...
So just to be clear, is it just Mayor Pro Tem Torosis or?
Well, Councilmember Hall and Raskin are present in remotely. So I
But
think
so either is Zwick or?
Yes, Zwick or Torosis.
So
at this point, we take a brief pause.
We're going to take a brief pause. I would tell you jokes, but I don't know if that's allowed. So I'll think of some good ones when we come back. Stay tuned. And we'll reconvene. Can we reconvene from where we were? Or do we have to restart? City Attorney, do we have to start over? Or can we reconvene at roll call? Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick is still absent. Councilmember Hall.
Present.
Councilmember Raskin.
Here.
Councilmember Snell.
Here.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Here.
Mayor Negrete.
Here.
Okay. Now we have an in-person quorum. Now I'll ask if any council members would like to recuse themselves for any from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Please note that updated Levine Act forms were posted online for items 4F and 4G.
Okay. It says that staff has pulled 4D.
They will request to pull 4D, as in David, but as far as the Levine Act forms, forms were updated for 4F, as in Frank, and G as in George.
Okay. So if you're here to speak on item 4D, the staff will request to pull the item? Okay.
Yes, and for the record, no council members are recusing themselves for any item.
And a little agenda management, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Wanted to ask the council regarding a request from staff. Earlier this afternoon, we were notified at the city that LA County has paused the supportive housing project located at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue. There are a variety of reasons why the projects have been put on pause, but as part of the conversation staff has been engaged with LA County, we believe there exists a significant exposure for the city to litigation given the circumstances surrounding the project. To that end, what we're requesting is that given this matter came up after the agenda was posted, we'd like to request that the council take immediate action to hear this matter in closed session tonight. If the council were to agree to add this item tonight, it would take a 2/3 vote of the city council identifying this as an emergency situation that has developed. And with that, we'd like to request the council consider that matter.
So just to be clear, I need a motion and a second to hear a emergency closed session item with the potential exposure to litigation pursuant to the Ocean Avenue projects at 413 and 825.
That's correct.
I'll make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Zernitskaya. We need a roll call vote.
Yes, Councilmember Zwick is still absent. Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so to be clear, City Attorney.
So since this item has now been added to the closed session, public comment may be taken on this item under item 4A along with all of the other closed session items.
So after item 4, you could sign up to speak on it. To be clear, item 16B is separate and will be heard after closed session. The new closed session is just specific to the potential litigation risk.
Yes, the closed session item is with respect to the significant exposure to litigation as described by the manager and voted on by the council.
Thank you.
And Interim City Attorney, I just wanted to just clarify the item number. Would that be item 3, public input on items under consent and closed session only?
Yes, I apologize. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so if anyone would like to sign up for that item, please go outside and get assistance for my staff and select item 3. Okay, so now we'll move on to general public input. That's item 1. So this is general public input and comment on special agenda items. For regular meetings, public comment is permitted on special agenda items and items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And a reminder, per council rules, 4 minutes is not allowed on general public input, and if there were 25 or more speakers, then time will be reduced to 1 minute. But good news, we have 8 speakers registered to speak, including 1 caller. The last caller is Kelly Smith. And so anyone registered after Kelly, you'll be considered late and council will have to vote to hear you for a minute. Okay, so our first speaker is Ashley Olson.
Do you want to call them? Usually I call up the name. I'm going to call a few names
Yes,
so you
you
can
can call.
line up and then it's quicker that way. So we have Ashley Olson, Margarita Casto, Michael Feinstein, and Greg Morena. Oh yeah, just line up against the wall and then in order. And Ashley Olson's first. Or Greg Morena's going to go first, I guess.
All right, hey everybody. I just want you guys to hear it from me directly, right? I don't want there to be a game of telephone or anything like that. I know you all, I work with you, we talk a lot, but I got to tell you on this issue, only the mayor communicated with us about a critical project in our neighborhood. St. Joseph's told us that 3 council members knew about the issue since the beginning of the year. We received no communication. That is not transparent or inclusive. The partners in this deal, they also didn't communicate with our community. So we count on you guys. I mean, this is really, really important to us. You are our representatives. You have more access and knowledge. I know that. I know how it works.
Sorry, hold on. This is general public input.
just about transparency.
So,
and
yeah, you
communication.
could talk about it, but not reference any item on the agenda. So to be clear, during general public input, it's about anything not on the agenda. So it's, you could talk about the weather. No, you can talk about general items, but if you start.
Inclusiveness
in-
is where I'm going.
Sure, then.
All right, cool. Most of you know, I grew up here, right? I grew up on the south side. My brother lives there still. My mother-in-law lives next door. My cousin down the street. Today, my wife and 2 kids, we live on the north side. Inclusiveness includes all of us, no matter where we live in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita Castro?
Thank you for your time. I'm going to be brief. I just want to talk about the fact that, I was in the park, Palisades Park yesterday, taking a walk with my child and needed an assistance of the police department. I called them and they didn't show up for an hour and 30 minutes. Not because they didn't want to show up, they were understaffed. Homeless population in Palisades Park is not their priority, but my kid is my priority. I didn't feel safe. There are dozens of kids that she plays there on a daily basis. We go on 3 walks a day. She's 22 months, and it's just, I feel the strain on the city. I'm sure everyone is empathetic and sees the same thing. And another thing I want to also kind of talk about is definitely the lack of transparency that's happening with a lot of processes in the city. It takes, 2 years to get a building permit, and some other things get passed through much faster. So I feel like we need better rules and transparency policies in the city, especially when it gets, around the areas that are significant to the city, significant to the families and the residents, and bring in tourists that we rely heavily on, and a lot of local businesses rely on the tourism as well. That has been declining. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Feinstein?
Hi, I understand that soon you're going to be considering adopting a goal of 5 acres of open space per 1,000 residents, which I support, and soon after that, the idea of having a great park on all the land at the airport, which I also support. Well, a few months ago at the Santa Monica Democratic Club, someone who wants to pave over and develop a large part of the airport made a presentation saying that we don't need a lot of new park space, because of a ridiculous anecdote when they were in Clover Park and they didn't see people using the fields. So I wrote to city staff about this, and this is what they said. They said that it's important to clarify that while fields may appear open during certain hours, our fields are consistently booked to capacity during peak demand times, which are weekdays from 2:30 to 10 and weekends from 8 to 5. These prime hours are when the vast majority of youth and adult sports organizations are looking to schedule practices and games. While it's true that a field may be empty at 11 on a Tuesday, that doesn't reflect the broader reality of demand during usable hours for most residents, particularly families and school-aged children. The demand on turf fields is so high that many organizations are forced to shorten practices or seek field space in neighboring cities. To manage this, we implement a seasonal allocation plan that prioritizes sports based on time of year, helping to fairly distribute access. We understand that not everyone is engaged in youth or adult sports, and the perception of underused fields during off-peak hours can raise questions. But from a programming, revenue, and community engagement standpoint, our fields are among the most heavily used and highly valued in the city. And there are people who want to develop. There's a push-pull for a ballot measure in November that would allow development at the airport. That's fine to have different opinions, but not to understate our need for open space and fields. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Ms. Olson comes up, I'm going to call the next few names. Ken Parr, Sean Ahaus, and Walt Davis.
Council members. It's disappointing that not everyone is here in chambers tonight for such an important meeting. But I'm here just to say an overall general that I think our community is really struggling with feeling represented by the council. It seems that the fundamental issues is that the council isn't adequately listening to our city, which I know is going to be discussed later. But many of the council members here tonight it seems there's ethical, and if there's not financial, there's ethical conflicts that you have. And Councilmember Hall, you sent a letter supporting SB 79 on behalf of Santa Monica, one of the only 2 cities statewide to do so. Despite over 80% of residents opposing this bill, this is not representation. Our city hasn't done an assessment on an evacuation plan for a natural disaster, which we all just went through what happened at the Palisades. Our city infrastructure can't support increased density, and yet we're pushing through more development every day. Councilmember Terosis, you work for LA County. You're soon to be mayor. Are you going to put Santa Monica City above the county or the county above Santa Monica City? You know, there has been times where many of you have received donations, campaign contributions from developers, and then you don't recuse yourself on the items voted related to those developers. And I'm just going to ask that you start considering some of the decisions that you're making behind closed doors and decisions that seem to be already made before it's even up for vote, and that you do better, because everyone is really feeling let down and disappointed by the actions in the state of the city at the current moment. And I know you guys all can do better, and I know you want to do better, but that's not what's happening. And our city's going downhill. So thank you.
Thank you. Ken Parr?
Good evening. I'd like to start by saying thank you for your service to our city. I'm here in 2 capacities this evening. One, as a lifelong resident of Santa Monica. I was born and raised here. And second, I'm the director in finance of Carlthorpe School in Santa Monica. So I represent myself and my family that has been doing business in the city for over 110 years. And then also the students and families of the school that I represent that is in the north side of Santa Monica. Some of the main concerns that we have on both of those fronts are some of the transparency and clarity that we've seen in our city leadership in recent years, and also just the general direction and concern that we've got when it comes to where Santa Monica is going. Having grown up on 3rd Street Promenade before the beautiful facility it is today that unfortunately is empty, and seeing the homeless crisis and what we've seen, and the fact that many of us will not let our children walk through our own city anymore. When I attended Santa High, I would walk home from there, and it was, had its issues, but today it's far more egregious. And what we see today is a city that is in crisis. And we'd ask that you, as council members, would work together and work with our city to be transparent and work hard to bring Santa Monica back to the great city that it can be and was. I look forward to talking to you all individually in the future and on some issues this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. Sean House?
Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sean Ahas. I'm the CEO and co-owner of Vito Restaurant here in Santa Monica. I'm also the CEO and co-owner of California Roadhouse, which currently has a proposal being considered by the Santa Monica Pier Corporation to open a new restaurant and live music venue on the Santa Monica Pier, where we intend to create an additional 30 to 50 well-paid jobs. I'm here asking for your support in creating job growth and economic development, and to help preserve our city's financial viability by joining me in opposing any new labor peace agreement ordinances and by opposing any right to recall ordinances on any city-owned property. I ask all of you, would you invest your savings in creating new jobs on the Santa Monica Pier if City Council passed a mandatory labor peace agreement or right to recall today? Nor would my investors or myself. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and dedication to our city.
Thank you. Walt Davis?
Good evening. I know many of you probably don't know me because the rotation of the city council and city manager and everyone else goes on quite a bit. I've been operating within the city of Santa Monica as a street performer since 1989. We worked very carefully with the city at the time to set up a system so that the street performers could operate out there under the First Amendment with the promenade and the pier. Now, I consider you guys the city managers and the city fathers and mothers. However, I also consider you to be absentee parents because there's a lot going on that has not and it's not being addressed with this pier at the moment. We have enforcement with code enforcement and the police, but we don't have enough as far as the illegal vending and some of the other activities illegally going on the pier. Code enforcement is only there 3.5 days out of the week, and when they're there, most of the time they're not there. If you call for code enforcement to appear, then we're told that they can't do a lot because the city managers or the city attorney is prohibiting any actions. Same response I get from the police is that it is code enforcement's responsibility. The bottom line is it comes right back to the city, that the city is responsible for what goes on out there. The world comes to the pier, they come to the beach, they come to Santa Monica, and as such, the world visitors should be safe and feel comfortable coming there. As it stands now, there are too many illegal activities going on the pier to make people feel comfortable and feel safe. I'm asking that more attention be placed toward enforcement of activities on the pier, as opposed to letting it just...
Thank you. Okay, I've got some more names in here. Susan Finley, Warren Brand, and Jonathan Foster.
Mayor?
Yes.
We have one caller who was next.
Okay, sorry. Kelly Smith?
Yes, and then Susan Warren and Jonathan registered after our last speaker, Kelly
Okay,
Smith.
so Susan Warren and Jonathan will have 1 minute for a late chit, but we're going to hear from Kelly Smith.
Okay. Edgar, if you can bring Ms. Smith in, please.
Hi, good afternoon, council members and mayor. Kelly Smith. Please press star 6
Hi.
to unmute yourself.
Yes,
Hi, you have 2
Kelly
minutes.
Smith. Okay, Kelly Smith, Santa Monica resident of 25 years. I'm deeply concerned how the former senior care facilities at 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue were fast-tracked to house individuals with severe mental illness.
Kelly?
Please know, I care deeply.
Sorry, Kelly. So we're on general public input, so it can be anything that's not on the agenda. That would be related to 16B or potentially the closed session item. I don't know if you want to hold on or if you want to modify what you're speaking about so that you don't mention the items on the agenda.
It looks like Ms. Smith is muted. Edgar, I'm not sure if you muted or can unmute.
Can someone discuss with her on the phone offline while we go to the next speaker to keep moving?
I was told this was the general comment section. That's when they brought me in.
It is, but if you're mentioning items on the agenda, you have to speak during the next section, which is when we come back from closed session, which is probably in 45 minutes or so, or to an hour. If you want to just not...
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. So I'm going to call the next few names. Susan Finley, Warren Brand, and Jonathan Foster. Just to be clear, this is general public input, and late chits get 1 minute. Oh, yes, Susan Finley. Yes.
Do we need a motion
To allow 2 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, to allow them to speak for 1 minute?
Would you like to?
I'd like to move that we
Thank you.
allow late
I'll
chits to
second.
speak for a minute.
So what does that mean?
Motion to speak for 2 minutes, giving you your minute back.
Thank you.
Is that what you're doing?
We needed a motion for 1 minute.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were
I don't
giving
know.
her the
City
full 2
attorney,
minutes. Sorry about
Can
that.
you please clarify?
I thought that was
I just
already.
wanted you to know that we all tried to sign up downstairs. There was a long line. We couldn't get to it. We came upstairs and it's not working, or it wasn't working.
it.
So we've been trying all night
We
to
don't-
sign up.
We don't need a motion to get 1 minute. That's automatically in the rules, correct?
You do need a motion to accept late chits. The automatic is that they get 1 minute if you do accept them.
I will make a motion to allow these next 3 speakers to get 2 minutes if I can get a second.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. I can't speak about
Well, hold
some
on one sec.
things.
Sorry. City Clerk?
We'll do a roll call
We have
vote.
to vote on that.
I'm sorry, that was seconded by Zernitskaya. Is that correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes, okay, sorry. A lot of formalities. Now you may speak.
I thank you very much for letting me speak, and I thank you very much for the news tonight. I've been very discouraged because I was the head of Flatiron Alliance in New York City, where I've gone through all of this government stuff, and I came here for peace and quality of life, and I was worried. And I met the mayor, and I have to tell you, I'm so overjoyed with this woman who is our mayor, and I'm so overjoyed to hear that there's going to be a pause on this.
Just, we can't talk about that
Okay,
item.
I can't talk
Sorry.
about it, but all I can say is it's kind of renewed my faith in my choice to come, my choice to help my son buy his home, be near my brother and my sister-in-law, and have some quality of life finally after fighting New York City for 20 years. So I feel it's like really important at this point to think about common sense and to value people who are taxpayers and love where they are.
Thank you. Did you give her the 2 minutes? We did. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought I made a motion for 2 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Finley.
If you have another minute, you can.
If you want to finish,
But just don't
your
touch
thought.
on the items on
Well,
this general.
the item I'm touching on is that, you know, Santa Monica is a beautiful place. And we have a wonderful person with wonderful ideas for this community that really and truly touch me. They're things I've been thinking about for a long time and never heard anybody talk about. So in any way, here I am, I'm becoming active again and telling her I'll support, and our community will support whatever it is she wants to do and you guys want to do to make this a better place. And I want to make sure that there's no wrecking balls. We're a fragile community right now fiscally, and I want to make sure that anybody who can recognizes that fragility and supports us coming back to the strong and beautiful place that's within us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Warren Brand.
Hi, everyone. Go Dodgers. And I am an Ocean Avenue resident. Grew up here. Franklin, Lincoln, Samo, and SMC. So it's incredible to see this coalition that's come together over what's going on this week, and just transparency, coming up with, you know, different ideas to really help our community and help the unhoused and the people that are in trouble and suffering. Doing it in residential areas, predominantly near schools, where a school is closer than a market.
Warren, I'm so sorry to. I know.
I gotta go.
I know.
But thank you for what you're doing, and let's keep building. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to reiterate, Jonathan Foster, you're a seasoned professional, sir. So I doubt you know the rules, but I appreciate everyone. We have a rule where the general public just means you can speak about general public stuff, and then you can move on to the items on the agenda. But thank you, Mr. Foster.
Hello, Jonathan Foster. You know, I'm very upset with the council, High Council, Drunk Monica. The drunks are walking around 3rd Street. And before I talk about 3rd Street and the beer and everything, I wanted to mention that we should ban winter in Santa Monica. It should only be warm here. There should be no cold air, sleet, rain, or hail. And the rude friend flash flood is not a lot. Anyway, so let me go back to beer. I'm very upset. And I'd like to ask if they could only do beer and alcohol on 3rd Street when it's a special event, not the Monday through 8-9 days a week, beer all day and night, all the time that it's open. That would be great. That I would approve. The all day, 7 days a week, it's Drunk Monica. It's really not in the best interest. I've not been happy seeing children walking around with their drunk parents really sloppy. I've seen it, plenty of it. I know what you mean to raise money for Santa Monica. It's got a huge bill to pay. I don't think that this is the best way to go about that. 45 seconds left. In the last couple council meetings, I've heard about the land discussion and connected to reparations, which I believe, I may be stepping right off the cliff here, but I think it's for Black people, right? Reparations. And the thing is, in the United States of America, there is no United States of America without Black people. It has nothing to do with Latinos. And everybody that became a citizen of the United States of America owes black people for this crime. They were not paid. This is a back paycheck. Anybody white wants their back paycheck paid, they'll sue. So I support reparations.
Thank you. Vicki Goodman.
Good evening, Mayor Negretti, council members, and neighbors. My name is Vicki Goodman, and I am the founder and president of UCLA's Friends of the Semel Institute for Neuroscience and Human Behavior, and a founding member of the Resnick Neuropsychiatric Hospital Board of Advisors. My husband and I have been proud members of Santa Monica community for 45 years. And during this time, 20 of those years, I've devoted my time, both personally and professionally, to the cause of mental health. As the mother of a grown daughter who lives well with bipolar disorder, I have seen firsthand how dignity, compassion, and community partnership make all the difference in recovery. I want to take this moment to thank Mayor Negretti for her incredible leadership. It's because of her honesty, courage, and commitment, residents, schools, senior living facilities, and local businesses finally learned about the projects for the first time.
So, Vicki, I'm so sorry. I know this is so hard for everyone, but if we want to talk about the 16B item, we have to wait till we come back.
Okay, well, I'm not addressing it anymore. It's
Okay.
I just
Thank you.
really want to thank you for your transparency and your heart of leadership. You are a compassionate and wonderful leader, and we're very, very grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for understanding. Some of us I know haven't, maybe this is our first meeting, and there's a lot of processes and procedures, and so thank you for sticking it out with us. I think that closes the general public comment. So if anyone has signed up to, again, after, is it item?
It's item 3, if they would like to speak on
On the emergency closed session, which is about potential litigation. And then after we come back from closed session, we'll have public input on the remaining agenda items, which means you can talk about anything on the agenda after we come back, except for the public hearing.
Yes.
That's a separate speaking. Look, we're all in this together. All right, what item is next?
Okay, item 2, special agenda items. 2A is a proclamation for United Against Hate Week.
All right, thank you. I'm going to call for Delana Gebenekama, and I'm sorry if I did not say that correctly. Please correct me.
Delana Benekama.
Okay, Delana Benkama, and our poet laureate Anne Carmack, and our student Indigo Khosla and group. So I'm going to read the proclamation, right? And then I think we have a poem from one of our students. Okay. Whereas the city of Santa Monica is a place of diverse peoples and communities that embraces and celebrates its history, cultures, and traditions, recognizing that diversity is fundamental to the city's vitality and global standing. And whereas the city acknowledges that over the course of history, many marginalized peoples and communities who have lived on this land and in the city have experienced acts of hatred, discrimination, and systemic oppression. And whereas the Los Angeles County Commission of Human Relations reported a 45% increase in hate crimes in LA County, rising from 930 in 22 to 1,350 in 23, the highest number recorded since the commission began tracking in 1980. And whereas racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, sexism, transphobia, homophobia, and other bigoted and hateful actions have no place in our city. And whereas since 2017, the Santa Monica City Council has reaffirmed its commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity, adopting resolutions rejecting hate and discrimination, clarifying the city's role in immigration enforcement, establishing a racial equity statement in 2020, and in 25, adopting racial justice, equity, and social diversity as a core organizational value. And whereas in 2024, the city reaffirmed its commitment ensuring that all residents, regardless of background or circumstance, are able to live with dignity, thrive in the community, and trust in their local government to safeguard their rights and aspirations. And whereas the city of Santa Monica is a community that is welcoming to all and promotes safety, belonging, and equal protection of constitutional and human rights. And whereas education, dialogue, and community building are keys to strengthening mutual understanding and embracing differences between people. And whereas the city supports United Against Hate Week and LA County's LA versus Hate Signs of Solidarity campaigns to empower residents to stand against prejudice and protect the safety and civility of our neighborhoods and cities. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the mayor of Santa Monica, on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim October 19th through October 25th as United Against Hate Week and encourage all residents, businesses, and community organizations to join together in promoting kindness, inclusion, and unity to reject hate in all its forms.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the proclamation honoring the week. Good evening, City Council and our community members. My name is Delana Benakama, and I work for the Human Resources Department. I'm also formerly part of the DEI team based in the City Manager's office. And I've had the pleasure of planning United Against Hate Week activities for the past few years, and I want to thank the Council so much for your support of us, including Mayor Negrete. This year, United Against Hate Week is October 19th through 25th, and we're spreading awareness by partnering with various organizations to provide programming and resources, including bystander intervention training. And you can find more information about our events on the city's blog at santamonica.gov/blog. I also encourage everyone to attend our family-friendly kickoff event on the Promenade on Sunday, October 19th. The event will feature hands-on CPR training, live musical performances, and more. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of our partners that we've been working with. They are the Santa Monica Malibu Council of PTAs, Santa Monica Malibu Classroom Teachers Association, and the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, who have been instrumental in raising student awareness of the week. I'd also like to thank the Bahala Foundation, Downtown Santa Monica, and the many city departments involved, including the library, fire, PD, and city manager's office. And now I'll turn it over to our poet laureate, Ann Carmack, who we're excited to join us tonight.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Before I introduce the poet that we selected to come present her poem today, are there any other poets in the crowd who participated in this program? We'd love to have you stand up so we can give you a round of air fingers. Congratulations. It takes great courage to share your work. So we're very proud to have you here with us tonight. And again, with this program, we invited area students to submit poetry, and a small panel selected a poem by Indigo Khosla, and she's going to step up here and share it with you guys.
Hi, good evening. My name is Indigo Khosla, and I'll be reading a poem called I Won't Give In to the Flames. Stuck in the dark, unheard, loss of self-worth. Their words on replay, their hate on display. You say it's okay, but in reality, you know the truth. The feeling of invisibility, the feeling of being looked over, walked on, thrown away. The hatred eats you alive, the pain hard to survive. But just like Earth, we do not stop spinning. We get up, we stand up, we fight. Those who put you down, they frown on themselves. They are jealous of your beauty, jealous of how amazing you are. If they put you down, they go down with you. The flames surround them. They fade into oblivion as you rise, you fight, you believe in yourself. Their words may echo, though the truth holds strength. If you put me down, walk on me, yell at me, bully me, it's only a reflection of yourself, your pain and your doubt. Because if we burn, you burn with us. If we fall, you fall with us. You can throw me away, ignore me, hurt me, yell out my name, but I will never, never give in to the flames. Thank you.
I think we can do a round of applause for that.
14 years old. Round of applause. Okay.
So we're going to also invite all the other students who are joining us tonight to take a photo with us with the proclamation.
Are we going down?
Just like, it sounds like I'm not allowed to say anything.
All right, this next proclamation, I'm sorry, do you need to call the item, City Clerk?
Yes, item 2B, proclamation for Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
So this one is near and dear to my heart. This is my first month that I can say I'm cancer-free, celebrating breast cancer awareness. I try not to cry. Last year, February, I was diagnosed 2 months after my dad fell from a stroke and became paralyzed. And I went through 3 surgeries, 5 months of chemo, and 20 rounds of radiation, and never missed a council meeting during the process. And I can tell you, speeding through that process while losing my father, who was also my best friend and my business partner, it didn't take me out, and it made me stronger, but it was because of the community I gathered around me during that time. So I just want to let everyone know that awareness starts the conversation, but action saves lives. I've been very public about my treatment, and during that process, over 16 friends under the age of 35 were diagnosed. Yes, under the age of 35. Over 6 friends under the age of 52 were diagnosed, but it was because I shared my story. So I encourage all of you who are hopefully thriving and on the other side of breast cancer to share your story as well, because it may encourage someone to get checked. For 40 years, the American Cancer Society has turned breast cancer awareness into action to save lives. This October, we're encouraging everyone to do more than wear pink, to go beyond ribbons and awareness, but to take action. Let's get loud, walk together, share stories, volunteer, get screened, check those boobies, and support our communities. Because when it comes to ending breast cancer as we know it, every dollar, every step, every signature, every screening matters, and every action counts. I'm inviting up tonight Kaylee Malloy from the American Cancer Society and Dr. Crystal Fancher from the Margie Peterson Breast Center, which I'd like to say that is where I received my outstanding treatment right here in Santa Monica at St. John's. I had the top oncologist, surgeon, and care from everybody, including my radiologist, but everyone from the valet at Margie Peterson Center, all the way through to the care that you get there. And we're just really fortunate to have it here in Santa Monica, so thank you. Whereas October is recognized nationally as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time dedicated to raising awareness about the impact of breast cancer and the importance of early detection, education, and support for those affected by the disease. And whereas breast cancer is the most common cancer among women in the United States after skin cancer, with approximately 316,950 and 2,800 men expected to be diagnosed in 2025, and 1 in 8 women estimated to receive a diagnosis in her lifetime. And whereas breast cancer remains the second leading cause of cancer death among women following lung cancer, however, death rates have declined 44% since 1989 due to early detection through screening, increased awareness, and advances in treatment. And whereas the Margie Peterson Breast Center at Providence St. John's Health Center is a nationally recognized leader in breast health and cancer treatment, offering patient-centered multidisciplinary care, advanced diagnostics, innovative therapies such as intraoperative radiation and oncoplastic surgery, and access to clinical trials and support services that improve outcomes and enhance quality of life. And whereas the American Cancer Society play a vital role in the fight against breast cancer through funding groundbreaking research, promoting education about prevention and early detection, and providing critical support services to patients and their families. And whereas the City of Santa Monica is committed to supporting the health and well-being of its residents, working alongside organizations like the American Cancer Society to connect individuals with local resources, including mammography services, community outreach programs, and survivor support networks. Whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as a powerful reminder of the strength and resilience of breast cancer survivors, the dedication of healthcare professionals, and the importance of community solidarity in advancing the fight against this disease. And whereas since launching Breast Cancer Awareness Month in 1985, the American Cancer Society has invested over $600 million in research. Advanced genetic discoveries such as BRCA1/2 helped standardize mammography guidelines and contributed to life-saving treatments, including tamoxifen and Herceptin. Not fun medications to take, let me tell you. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and want to let you know that October 25th is the Making Strides of Santa Monica Breast Cancer Walk at the Pier in the City of Santa Monica. Encourage all residents to take part in activities that raise awareness and support those affected by breast cancer. Do you guys want to say a couple words?
I just wanted to thank Lana and the rest of the City Council, and thank you to everyone that's here. Please, get your mammograms and spread the word. As Lana said, it's the most important thing. So.
Hi there, I'm Kaylee Malloy. I am here on behalf of the American Cancer Society, and I work with Mayor Negrete, and also, of course, our partners at Providence and the Margie Peterson Breast Center to support our breast cancer initiatives. And we're so grateful to the community of Santa Monica for hosting our Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk. Last year, we were joined by 25,000 people and raised $1 million. It's incredible, and we cannot have the impact that we have, that Lana so graciously shared with you all, without our community members and without volunteer leaders like Lana, like all of you. And we're so thankful for the continued support, and I hope you'll join us on October 25th at the Santa Monica Pier. It'll be a great time, fun for all ages. Thank you so much.
And if you don't have a team to join, my team's called the Tough Titty Committee. You can join my team. All right, we'll take a picture.
We talked about this. I know that was because they were all here.
Okay, our last special agenda item is 2C, Proclamation for Code Enforcement Week.
Yes, okay, last proclamation, but last but not least, I'd like to call forward our Code Enforcement Manager, Daniel Mick, and the entire Code Enforcement team. Don't everybody get excited all at once now. All right, this is the second week of October is Court Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. The state of California has proclaimed the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week. Whereas code enforcement officers provide the safety, health, and welfare of citizens within the city of Santa Monica through the enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental, health, fire, and life safety. And whereas code enforcement officers have a challenging and demanding role and often do not receive recognition for the job done to improve the quality of lives for the residents, and whereas the role of code enforcement officer has expanded in recent years with jurisdictions increasingly relying on the expertise and training of code enforcement officers in their communities. And whereas the code enforcement officer is a dedicated, highly qualified, and highly trained professional who shares the goals of preventing neighborhood deterioration, enhancing communities, ensuring safety, and preserving property values through knowledge, training, and application of housing, zoning, and nuisance laws. And whereas the code enforcement officer has a highly visible role, particularly in the city of Santa Monica, and regularly interacts with the public, and a variety of federal, state, county, and local officials in their capacity as a code enforcement officer. And whereas the City of Santa Monica recognizes and honors the code enforcement officers that serve our community and acknowledge their role in leading the way to improve quality of life within our community. Now, therefore, I, Lana Negrete, the mayor of the city, and on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the second week of October as Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week and calls upon Santa Monica residents to join in recognizing and expressing their appreciation for their dedication and appreciation by all staff members who serve in capacities as code enforcement officers within the city. Thank you, and I'm sure
Thank you so much. I'm Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager. I guess I'm the de facto head of the division, but I'm nothing without this amazing team behind me and those that could not be here tonight. They are tireless, dedicated workers. They are the epitome of professionals. So I thank each and every one of you for the jobs that you guys do every day. You deserve far more recognition than this, but it's coming. You guys are doing great. We really appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you to the council. You guys have been so supportive. Our new city manager, Oliver, thank you for everything so far and everything you're gonna do for us in the future.
you caught yourself on that one.
Our director, Jing, I mean, everybody that we work with in CDD, as well as the rest of the city of Santa Monica, thank you so much. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you. I can run down and if you the rest of you want to
You're part of code enforcement, kind of. No? We have to stand down. You can see over his head.
Yeah.
That's great.
There's too many tall people down there, so we have to stand up here.
I don't think they can see us. You guys are all tall. We love you guys. Keep getting those back. Get those bad building owners who are keeping up their fines.
Yeah. Get those fines.
Yeah, get those fines. Oliver, come in. Yeah, we want one with Oliver. We'll Photoshop in Jim and Alice. Okay. Thank you. Are you going? So much. Are you staying? Okay. Wait, did you move? We just moved. Wait, where? In Stillhouse. Oh, okay. Is it better? It's different. Okay. Oh, hot. Love that. Okay. Hope we're getting embedded. Pool party. Pool party. I love a pool.
Thank you. Thank you. Get your boobies.
Okay. Okay, so our next item is 3, public input on items under consent and closed session items only. And we have 3 speakers. And the last speaker is Charlie Loventhal.
Wait, I'm sorry. We have 3, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I've got, sorry, let me put my glasses on again so I can try to pronounce people's names right. Zach Gadzik, Susan Finley, and Charlie Loventhal. And this is for items under consent, calendar, and closed session only. Zach? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Zachary Geidzik. I was Will Rogers, John Adams, Santa Monica High School, and Santa Monica College, just for the record, Southside, Westside. But however, today I'm not here as Zach. I'm here on behalf of LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath to read a statement. So, I am completely disappointed by the lack of proper communication with Santa Monica residents about the proposed interim housing projects on Ocean Avenue. It's clear from the North of Montana Association meeting and conversations since that there has been inexcusably little engagement around this proposal. This is not how trust is built, nor how lasting solutions are created. These projects arose from a housing developer reaching out to offer solutions for the challenges Santa Monica is facing. Unfortunately, the proposals moved forward without the transparent coordination and communication that a project of this scale demands. The City of Santa Monica has been calling for more beds to address the crises we see playing out on our streets, and we agree. We must move urgently to house people with acute mental health needs, but not at the expense of transparency or community partnership. Given the place the community is in, my office has worked with the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health and St. Joseph Center, and they have agreed to immediately pause the project to allow for more community engagement. Additionally, we reached out to the state regarding the funding for this project and asked them to provide an extension so that that will not affect the funding for the project and it can move forward, theoretically. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. And just so on this next section, thank you, Zach. Zach is from Lindsay Horvath's office. This is about public input under the consent calendar. And I have a feeling you guys want to talk about 16B. I know it's different. I get it. So this is about closed session, and so the closed session would be the potential litigation. So you could talk about it in that area, or what's on the consent calendar, which I'm going to take a wild guess that that's not what you're talking about. If you want to talk about the item that I have on at 16B, that's right after we come back from closed session. Is that what you were thinking? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So that was our last speaker. We'll move on to item 4, consent. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption.
Sorry, clerk, point of order. Do you mind moving Susan Finley and Charlie Loventhal to that? To the
16B?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. 6.
I can do that during closed session. And I did not receive any requests from the city manager or the city council to pull any items, but staff has requested to pull item D.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to move consent item A through O.
Okay.
Minus 4D.
Minus 4D. To remove the balance.
Right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Snell, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Okay. So Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
It's unanimous. Let's see. So now we'll move to closed session.
Are we hearing something on 4D, or is it just pulled off the agenda?
It was.
Got it. Okay.
So now we'll move on to item 5, closed session. We have 2 items. Both are conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. 5A is Judith Delgado versus the city, and 5B is Alejandra Garcia versus the city. And then there was the emergency item. I don't know if you want to restate that.
Yes, that was significant exposure to litigation, 1 case.
Okay.
City Attorney, when do you think we'll be back?
1 hour.
Okay, so we will return in 1 hour, at which point everybody who wants to speak on the remaining agenda items can speak roughly 7:40 p.m. and not before. Thank you.
Come in there and take it over. And tell them if they're not here, they don't.
Before we get started, we just wanted to do a little housekeeping to give everybody the appropriate time. Rule that over 25 speakers, it goes down to 1 minute. And you may be here with just 3 people speaking on one item and 30 people are here on another item. I get the practicality and the common sense around allowing those folks to speak for the more minutes, but by a show of hands, because I have a feeling that some folks have gone home, if you could let us know who is here to speak for 11D. D as in dog. So 5 of you guys are here to speak on, who is here to speak on 16B as in boy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 10 speakers. And then who's here to speak on the civic? Whoa! I'm just kidding. Ding, 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 ding. Chicken. Okay, winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right, so give us 1 second.
Sorry, I'll make a
Okay, I'm gonna first. Let's come back in session. Hello, welcome back. Our city attorney is gonna report out.
Items 5A and the emergency item were heard with no reportable action taken, and item 5B was not heard.
So I'm going to do a little agenda management here in regards to, and we're going to move some stuff around to hopefully help us all out. So item 16B, hearing public comment on 16B we're going to do, and I'm going to ask if we can move that up to the beginning and have everybody speaking on 16B, the 5 people that raise their hand to come up. However, after conferring with the city attorney and staff and considering the circumstances that have now changed today versus the circumstances of the agenda item last week, we are going to bring it back with a more refined scope based on the information that we received today. But we are still going to hear comment on 16B. So if you're here, I'm asking the council if I can get a second on doing some agenda management to remove the item, but we're going to bring it back, but we're going to hear public comment and hear that first on item 16B.
I'll move to continue item 16B to a later meeting.
What about the public comment, hearing it tonight and hearing it first?
Oh, but hearing public comment on it tonight.
Okay.
And just, sorry, a point of just order. I would say we are moving to hear public comment on all 16 items, correct?
Well, I think that's the only one.
There's two of them.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so
you wanna
I
have
would
that
just move that we, sorry, that's probably not procedurally correct. We've
Continue.
Continued 16B, and we are moving the 16 item public comment to the beginning of the meeting. Excuse me, to the top before the 11 and 12 items.
Clerk, did you get that modified direction motion made by myself, seconded by Councilmember Hall?
So just to clarify, we are hearing comments on all 16 items first, but continuing 16B to the next available meeting.
Yes.
So when we start to hear item 6, public input on remaining agenda items, we'll hear people who want to speak on 16A and B first, and then the rest of the.
And then we have a little bit further
If
housekeeping.
I may, just one minor, you would be returning with a refined scope. It's not just a continuance, but a continuance with a refined scope.
The 16B, given the new information we received today, it'll be a more refined scope that'll come back on the next meeting. Is there further housekeeping in regards to public comment, Council? Well, I want to be clear, because I don't know that I am, on how many minutes everybody gets after that. Because it doesn't look like there's 43 people here, and if people want 2 minutes and then half the room is left, then they should get it.
So is the motion to give the 16A and B speakers 2 minutes?
My motion is to give 16A and B 2 minutes, but my motion is also, it looked like by the show of hands that there's not, in fact, the amount of speakers that are in the queue, and I was making the motion that folks were under the impression by potential misinformation that they get their full 2 minutes and that we only go to the 1 minute rule by item and not by section. And I was asking for the councils to allow for this meeting that we get, everyone gets their 2 minutes. Does anyone want to second that?
I'll second it.
I'm moving to waive the council rules of 1 minute
I'll second it.
after 25 speakers. So everyone will get 2 minutes.
Okay.
Only because I took the show of hands earlier and it doesn't look like, there's a lot of people who have left in here and it's hard to decipher. Sure.
The rule says if there are more than 25 people, everyone gets 1 minute.
Yeah.
I mean, there are easily 25 people here. We can waive it if we choose to, but not because there are less than 25 people here. So, I mean, we have to vote on that, I assume. I don't know why we would waive the rules. They've been this way. We've never done it by item.
So we
individual
just had a
item.
show of hands and it looks like there might be people here, but there's not necessarily, look, I don't know the future, but based on the raising of hands, there's not 47 speakers. People have left and there's double entries. And some folks were confused that it was by item, and some people came to speak on items that there's only 5 speakers. If you guys would like to make a modified motion, you can. I was just keeping it easy across the board.
You're combining that part with the agenda management as well, all as one
Yes.
motion? Yeah, I mean, I would just say that we should stick to our rules. If there are more than 25 people, it should be a minute. So I would just propose that we a substitute motion, which is the same, accepting your last portion.
Yeah, and we'll just make clear, and maybe we can work on this communication. We can add it into the opening of each council meeting that it's by section. If there's more than 25 speakers, even if it's multiple items, it gets reduced to 1 minute. It's not by the item you're speaking on. And hopefully, moving forward, that'll be more clear. Okay. So we got motion on the floor made by myself.
Yeah, and I'm going to move my substitute if anyone would like to second it.
What was your substitute again? Just adding the fact that we normally follow the rules?
No, your agenda management around the 16 item and hearing those comments first, but without the move to give everyone 2 minutes.
So we already did the 16-item agenda management.
Okay, well then we should vote on your motion then. I didn't.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
We confused you. I'm going to clarify it. So we're making a motion to waive the council rules to let everybody have 2 minutes.
It's just the first motion.
There was no vote.
No, I
that
thought
was
we did
seconded
vote on that.
by Hall. We have
There was
not
no
voted
vote,
on
so that's
it
why
yet.
I thought it was
sorry.
all one motion.
We're a hot mess up here. So the first motion is, Jesse's making a substitute motion that he needs a second on to blend together hearing the 16 item A and B public comment up front first, and then it's combined with giving everyone 2 minutes for one motion. Do we get a second on his substitute? He's just combining hearing 16A and B agenda management along with, am I not getting this right? Sorry.
No, I'm just.
I think he's saying we will stay with the rules. There are currently
Oh, got it. Go ahead. Can you repeat
there are
it?
47 commenters, even with duplicates, there are more than 25.
We hadn't voted on your prior motion, so I figured that the 16 item that you are now holding and revising for the next meeting, the public comment, and this other proposal about waiving our rules would all be one motion, and I'm proposing that it not all be one motion.
Great.
That we
Got
vote
it.
on the first two items, and then if we want to propose
Okay.
to waive the rules, then we can vote on that too.
Got it. So let's moving up 16A and B public comment and moving 16B as a refined scope for the next meeting. I motioned that and Mayor Pro Tem seconded it.
I had Councilmember Hall.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Seconded. Okay, so then if we're all clear, let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay.
Now there is, I was making the motion to, because of the confusion around items and the discussion with the clerk that was potentially given from the clerk's office to constituents that they were able to speak as long as there wasn't more than 25 per item and not per section. I was just making an allowance to allow people for today to speak 2 minutes. If I don't have a second, then do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so that was seconded by Councilmember Snell, and then there was a substitute motion from Councilmember Zwick, but it sounds like. Okay, okay. So then, Councilmember Zernitskaya. I'm conducting a roll call vote.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
No.
Councilmember Raskin.
No.
Councilmember Hall.
No.
Councilmember Zwick.
No.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion failed, 4-3.
Okay, so to be clear, everybody who's coming up has 1 minute.
1 minute, and we are hearing the speakers on 16 items first.
So we're hearing items 16A and B first, and you'll have 1 minute. If you are here to speak on item 16A or 16B, because it doesn't delineate here, if you could please line up here, and then when you come to the mic, just state your name and what item you're speaking on. You can come up. First to the mic goes.
Oh, one moment. Let me turn your mic on.
Only have 1 minute, okay. I'm gonna make it a shorter version. Tell me when.
Okay.
Okay, I believe it is so important to help people in need, but to plop 49 unhoused, severely mentally ill inhabitants into a stable, safe, highly desirable community is not nearly the best option for the unhoused inhabitants of LA. Surely, with the price of rent this is costing the mental facility on Ocean Avenue, this money would be much better allocated to an appropriate area where a bigger facility can be afforded, an area where there is access to other environments besides just family homes. Our biggest concern is the open door policy. These 49 mentally unstable people will be allowed to come and go from the housing and can terrorize the neighborhood as they please. Why is this allowed? To devalue the properties? Because surely with such unsafe people in our peaceful neighborhood, families will want to up and leave. Is that the goal, to deteriorate your tax base here? It is the duty of our elected officials to ensure the safety of their constituents, but instead, officials are choosing to put families at risk by inserting very dangerous people into the community. Thank you.
Okay. All the names have gone from my queue, so if you just state your name, Denise, and what item you're speaking on.
Denise Spartan, item 16B. My first question would be, what address are we talking about? I've seen 413 to 415, 425, and 825 Ocean Avenue. So is this one or multiple projects? Then the initial LA Times article I saw, it first said that Lindsay Horvath knew nothing about the mentally ill housing, but later in the article she claimed to have known about it for 7 months, which would be why I'd question our mayor's know-nothing response, considering she's so chummy with Lindsay Horvath. And if this projects like this are required to go through a public process to be approved, how come this project was able to circumvent that protocol? Didn't the mayor say there's going to be a town hall, because that's not what this is? Not to mention, if a nursing home was not a good fit for the site, why would a mentally ill housing be a better fit? Or is your true intention to make people sell their homes to be snatched up for affordable housing? Thank you.
Mayor Negretti, council, staff, thank you for hearing us tonight. I'm Ken Parr. I represent Carlthorpe School, which is the closest elementary school to the proposed facilities over on Ocean Avenue. Our school has long had a service-minded community, and we reach out into the community regularly and work with different groups to help the unhoused as well as people in different areas of strain in their lives. What we've seen with the 413 and 825 Ocean Avenue projects is that this appears to be not well thought out, and it absolutely did not follow the due process when it came to exposing it to the community and letting us talk and work with the facilities that intend to put it there. St. Joseph's is wholly unprepared with their security plans and any real source of, or any real end goal of what they expect to get out of this community. We're very concerned, and the entire community, as you've seen from a lot of the outcrying, is scared.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, could you repeat your name, please, for the record?
My name is Ken Parr with Carlthorpe School.
Okay, thank you. And
Hi, I'm back. I'm editing as I go, so if I pause and type, that's the reason. My name is Greg Morena. I'm speaking tonight on item 16B. I was an at-risk kid growing up. By the grace of God, I survived, and with the support of my community. My guardian mother, her son, my brother, is homeless and has been for more than 20 years. My biological brother's best friend has been homeless for more than 15 years. They are from Santa Monica, and they are on our streets right now. When we create beds for people experiencing homelessness, please, let's figure out how to take care of our own. For 25 years, I've been serving and diverting youth away from gangs, drugs, and homelessness. I know St. Joseph's. They run our youth diversion program. I'm working with them now. I know lots of city and county staff. Most are hardworking and earnest. Good people didn't get 413 and 825 right. Skipping. We also need professionals like John Sharon from the former LA County Director.
Thank you.
Good evening. What's more shocking about this project is the silence of this council. We have not heard anything from you. What are your individual positions on this facility? We've only heard from Mayor Negretti, who's the only one who stood with us. Councilmember Terosis, you've known about this project since at least November of 2024. Yet you concealed it from your constituents. You have every right to support this project and vote as you see fit on issues, but you don't have the right to hide information from the residents you represent for professional or political gain. Again, you work for LA County as a policy director of human services. Your silence is a betrayal to the people of this community. And again, why is Mayor Negretti the only person who's standing with the community and doing anything to show support or talk about this issue to our community and the residents? I'm really troubled by the fact that we're only finding out weeks before it's supposed to go fully operational, which is now delayed. But thank you.
Thank you. You'll have to call the next speakers because I don't see anything on my screen. Do you hear?
Sorry, just a point of privilege. I just want to refute that statement that was just made. It is not true that I've known about this project since then, but regardless, we don't want to say more given the fact that there's a pending threat of litigation.
My name is Melissa Wise, and I am just, I want to state my disgruntledness over this whole situation. I wish that I would have known more about these homes that are going to open for the mentally ill. I am a proponent of helping the homeless, but I'm not a proponent of dropping severe mentally ill patients or people into a community without being prepared. I think that is, I think that's just not the right thing to do for our community, for our children who are our future, for our aged, and just the community. We have a hard enough time being a community as it is. And if you throw people in that are going to make people have more fear, that's not going to help our community. So thanks for listening, and I really hope that, you know, we can change what's going on here, because it ain't right.
Thank you. And it looks like, is that all the speakers for 16A and B?
We do have a caller,
Okay.
Kelly Smith.
Oh, Kelly Smith, yes.
Edgar, if you can bring Ms. Smith in.
Hi, Council. Yeah, we have one caller, Kelly Smith. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, Ms. Smith, can you please press *6 to unmute yourself? You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Kelly Smith. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Kelly Smith, Santa Monica resident up to 25 years, also talking about the Ocean Avenue project. I care deeply about this issue and finding solutions. My brother has cycled through the LA County mental health system for over 30 years. He's lived on Santa Monica's beaches, parks, and streets. Many of you have probably interacted with him. When unmedicated, he can be unpredictable and unsafe. The only time he is stable is when he's in a controlled environment with medical supervision, counseling, and medication management. St. Joseph Center confirmed they will not provide on-site care, medication management, or adequate security, and they don't require sobriety. This project prioritizes one population and poses risks to the larger surrounding population. I urge you to work with the county to consider alternative locations that house more individuals and provide integrated programs and medical treatment under qualified professionals on.
What was that? Thank you, Ms. Smith. I cannot see any, like, they have their screen, but I'll just leave this one.
Okay. And was that all of our speakers?
Was that all the speakers for 16A and 16B? Okay, so now we'll move on to the balance of the speakers, or are we breaking it up?
Yes, the balance. We do have one minor for 11C, if they can be heard first.
Okay.
And it's Matty, and I'm sorry if you could say your last name, but Matty is here to speak on 11C. And this is, and everyone is speaking for 1 minute.
Hi, Matti Fuchs-Lynch, 11C. I've lived in Santa Monica my whole life. Never once have I heard of or attended any event at the Civic. The Civic operated at a $2 million a year loss starting well before I was born and has been closed for most of the time I've been alive. It's high time Santa Monica did something about this, and I support the plan to terminate the exclusive negotiation with RPG that allows, in a way that allows the city to explore alternatives to the current vacant status quo. Santa Monica should put this multi-million-dollar property to use for Santa Monicans, not to keep enabling a wishy-washy company that won't even provide a written plan. I'd love to be able to attend a concert without having to go to Hollywood or downtown LA, but that won't happen without the city renegotiating this agreement. Council should lead Santa Monica with an eye to the future, not to the past. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to call the next few names. Cara Taub, Andrew Hoyer. I believe Vicki Goodman may not be here anymore, but Vicki Goodman and Jean Laurie. Or Janine Laurie, sorry. Cara Taub, you're up first. Just tell us what item you're speaking on when you come up.
11A. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm speaking regarding item 11A, the resolution establishing Santa Monica signature events category and waiver of city fees. I urge you to pass this resolution. My name is Kara Taub, and I have been an active member of the Montana Avenue Bid Board of Directors for over a decade and have worked to grow and build these community events on Montana Avenue, specifically the Art Walk, which I know many of you attended just a few weeks ago. In the past, council discretionary funds, for which we are always grateful, have been used to offset city fees associated with these large-scale open street events. This resolution simply codifies city support and is crucial to keeping these free community events on the calendar year after year. The most frequently asked questions that come into the Montana Avenue inbox are, when is the Art Walk? When is the Holiday Walk? And more recently, how can I participate or get involved? A sign of growing engagement that these events bring to Santa Monica. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Andrew Hoyer.
And I'll be speaking on 2 items. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I am first speaking on item 11A. I want to applaud you all for all that you are doing to revitalize our city's economy. Trump 1.0 drove away the Chinese and Muslim tourists and ended with a nationwide shutdown, the effects of which are still playing out today. International tourism is not going to return under Trump 2.0, and in fact, it is getting even worse. So this means we need to focus on events that draw folks to Santa Monica from a 50-mile radius. Waiving the fees for closed street events will help with that, as can be seen by the massively successful Montana Avenue Art Walk and on the same day as the Promenade's Oktoberfest. Many folks came for one and stayed for the other, so let's keep this going. I am now going to speak on item 11C. This is also about revitalizing our economy. Please give these people the time they need to work up the plans to remake this city landmark. Their credentials should indicate that they know what they are doing. It is laughable that Santa Monica Forward mentions housing as the last option in their written comments when we all know that it is their first choice. One of you has gone on the record as saying the structure should be torn down so affordable housing could be built. This council member is now a paid housing lobbyist and will get a bonus if that policy is created. Therefore, they should recuse themselves from this particular vote, as it is a clear conflict of interest. I'll leave that to the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Goodman. Happy we're doing these. Vicki Goodman, Jeannie Laurie. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Even though I'm wearing glasses, I can't seem to.
Jean Laurie, Sunset Park. First of all, I want to reiterate what others have said about the mayor. We appreciate you. We thank you. You're the only one who seems to speak up for the residents as opposed to outside interests, so we really appreciate that. Regarding 11C, you've already received a lot of information from emails, solid information, documented information, true information, intelligent information has already been provided. So I want to encourage you to vote yes on the extension of the plan for the Civic. I plead with you to vote yes for the extension of the contract for the Civic. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I've got Wayne Seltzer. Okay, and then after Mr. Seltzer, I've got Carol Lemlane, Diane Gordon, and Susan Lewis. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, I'm with the Festival of the Chariots, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. We've done the parade here for 50 years. Well, it'll be our 50th year this year. And I just want to support the streamlining of the permitting. It's become more difficult in recent years with the electronic portals you have to log into. It doesn't work. And like this year, we started applying in February for an August event, and the permit wasn't even through by the end of July. It was, seemed to be easier when you had a piece of paper and you handed it to a person face to face and got a phone number, but now it's very difficult to get the permits through. I would think after 50 years, they'd say, oh yeah, you guys, here you go. Okay, I just want to support that streamlining of the permits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carol Lemlane?
Mayor Negrete and council members, I strongly support extension of the RPG ENA for the 6 months they have requested. RPG is extraordinarily well suited to develop our civic to a venue for the current entertainment market, a market very different from what we perceived in our youth. They are committed to preserving the landmark structure in a way that qualifies it for historic tax credits. And finally, the 6-month extension will provide time to refine their proposal to respond to the public suggestions and comments. It will also provide data demonstrating the feasibility and very positive input on our economy, without which any.
Thank you. Diane Gordon?
Speaking tonight on behalf of the Santa Monica Coalition for Livable City, the question before you is whether you meet this moment or fail it spectacularly. In a city that's plagued with growing problems and a growing erosion of trust as to whether our city government is equipped to handle them, you have an opportunity for the Civic to work its magic again for a new generation without the city spending a dime. Working through a partnership to restore and operate the Civic takes time. The ENA anticipated the very time extension RPG seeks. Do you really think people care that the Civic negotiations will take longer than you expected? Another few months before a deal is crystallized? The Civic isn't just a building. RPG gets that. And so do all of us who want it to be a lasting source of civic pride, entertainment, and revenue. Meet the moment. Extend the ENA.
Thank you. I have Susan Lewis, and then after Ms. Lewis, I have Lori Nafshan, B. Nambala, and Beth Collins, and then Mark Verville.
And Mayor?
Yes.
I just wanted to double check. There's a Jean Lori. I wasn't sure if you skipped her or maybe I didn't mark her.
Yeah, Jean Laurie spoke.
Okay. So I'll...
If you could help reset this, then I don't have to read across the room, but I can unplug it. Susan Lewis is up next, and then Lori Nafshan, B. Namlaha, Beth Collins, and then Mark Verville.
Susan Lewis. I'm an Ocean Park resident for over 35 years, and I can't say it better than the two women before me. So I want to reiterate what they're saying about the RPG being an outstanding outfit to look at this project. We're lucky to have them wanting to be involved with Santa Monica this way. Let's give them the time to show us what they have and what they present. So I hope that you will vote to give them the time extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Nafshan.
Hi, Lori Nafshan, Ocean Park resident. Hello, everybody. My daughter drives to Pasadena or East LA to see live music. My adult children want to live on the east side of LA because that's where all the music is. That's where they are spending their money, not in Santa Monica. What is our plan for Santa Monica and for the economic driver that live music can be for the rest of the city? Why are we telling RPG that our city staff knows more than they do and they will not make a profit? Who does this? How is it that we and our staff know more than they do when they are much more successful in the concert music business than we have ever been? Why would we not give RPG the necessary time so they can draw professional, factually based conclusions about what will work and what will not work for our civic auditorium?
Thank you. B. Namlaha.
B. Namlaha Ocean Park. 50-some years ago, our city's residents insisted on saving the pier. They were wise. Today it stands as a symbol not only of Santa Monica, but of all of greater Los Angeles. Now Santa Monica residents ask you to have the vision to continue partnering with RPG to restore and operate the Civic as the truly great landmark and performing arts center it was built to be. It will anchor a grand civic center for our city, which we have long needed. Without a civic center, Santa Monica risks becoming nothing more than another suburb of Los Angeles with no distinctive character of its own. You have the power to fix this by granting.
Thank you. I have Beth Collins and then Mark Verville. And after Mr. Verville, I have Ruth Ann Lamer, Mario Fonda Bernardi, and Jocelyn Treese. I don't think Beth is here, so Mark, you're up.
Good evening. Mark Verville, former chair of the Audit Subcommittee. The challenge before this council is to stop the accelerating cratering of the city's social, visitor-based economy. The charts in my written comment lay bare this issue. The general fund is not keeping pace with the consumer inflation, let alone municipal cost inflation. The RPG proposal is the only option that provides the city with high-growth, inflation-indexed revenues that trigger additional revenues throughout the city's economy. Preliminary RPG projections state that each visitor will generate up to $300 per visit. This is 10 times the 2024 visitor spend noted by HRNA in their LA 28 analysis. That is what will incentivize entrepreneurs. To repeat, RPG does not require public financing, city financing, taxpayer dollars, or bonds. The Civic has been dead for decades. Give RPG 6 more months to prove that they can bring it back to life. Thank you.
Ruth Ann Lehrer.
Is Beth Collins was called before me? Is she here?
No, it doesn't look like it. Beth. She's on her way, so you can go.
Okay. Good evening. RPG's proposal for the Civic Auditorium represents the most impactful economic development opportunity for Santa Monica's future. For our city to host a premier performance venue attracting a wide audience will reverberate in many business sectors: hotels, restaurants, retail, parking, creating a unique opportunity to revive our sagging downtown. The Civic Auditorium is an iconic landmark. The RPG concept is a great fit to revitalize this building with its dazzling architecture and a unique role in our history, hosting major events and performances. The consortium participating in RPG brings together production experience, entertainment entrepreneurship, and financial clout. You will not see this convergence ever again. The Civic Auditorium is part of our Civic Center, the heartbeat of our community and the emblem of our identity. RPG offers a promising vision for its future, and remembering they are.
Thank you. Mario Fonda Bernardi. And then after Mr. Fonda Bernardi, I have Jocelyn Treese, Brad Ewing, and Charles Andrews.
Mario Fonda Bernardi speaking as president of the Santa Monica Conservancy. This nominal 3,000-seat theater restoration will inject some optimism in our city and will refurbish the image of our city as a destination for music and other kinds of performances. It will visibly lift the cloud, the gloomy cloud that's sitting over our city right now, and give people and businesses hope of a future. And what is also true is the exact opposite. If we don't take advantage of this opportunity, it says that the city is really not able to even take care of what's in its own best interest, which is a horrible signal to send to the outside world. RPG has already cleared some financial issues that are very beneficial, getting the tax credit syndications preliminarily approved. That's like money in the bank. And again, it's an opportunity for us to leverage what they've done to our advantage. If we don't take it, again, what are we saying?
Jocelyn Treese. Jocelyn Treese. Okay, Brad Ewing.
Good evening, Council. I'm Brad Ewing, co-chair of Santa Monica Forward, speaking on 11C to terminate the ENA. The city has been talking with RPG for over 15 months, but despite this timeline, RPG has failed to deliver the financial documentation essential for informed decision-making. They have provided only verbal representations and preliminary design concepts. Most significantly, they have not provided a written pro forma capital stack or operating plan. During this time, the primary cost constraints, seismic damages, the landmark status, and a lack of ADA compliance have not changed. The video they have presented is only high-level concepts, leans heavily on AI-generated images, and is light on details. This is not a plan. This is a concept for a plan. The city's financial state is too dire not to consider the opportunity costs. We need to put all of the cards on the table. If the civic site can be turned revenue positive, ideally as a modern concert hall, that cash flow could be steered towards reopening our libraries, funding the Great Park, or invested into public safety. It's meaningful revenue that could address real needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. After Charles Andrews, I have Diane Andrews, Nina Fresco, and Morgan J. Bush.
Good evening. Charles Andrews, 40-year resident of Santa Monica. For 14 years, I wrote 2 columns for the Santa Monica Daily Press. Now I write 2 columns for the Santa Monica Mirror. So I have not been a casual observer of Santa Monica, its people, its history, its culture. I moved here because I loved the place immediately. I still love it. And before I moved here, I've spent my entire adult life in the entertainment business. I knew about Santa Monica Civic. It's one of the most famous venues in the world. And we now have a golden opportunity by people who are absolutely the best and the biggest in the business to revitalize this. I didn't think that was possible. Now I do. This is an amazing opportunity, and we have to grab it and at least give them another 6 months to work out some details. There's nobody else that can do this the way they can. Thank you. Oh, and I have to say, Brian Wilson, before he died.
Thank you. Diane Andrews.
I've never done this, so I just want to ditto what my husband said. Is that enough? I will quote Diane Keaton, who was also a very important preservationist. She understood that preserving buildings meant protecting the spirit and memory of a city, reminding us all to keep me in your heart, and next time, try harder for the places that matter. I called Louis Naydorf, the man who designed the Capitol Records building and our very own beautiful Civic Auditorium. I got him at the age of 92 because I found his address on the internet. He and I spoke for a few moments. My dad was an architect. We resonated. I said, would you be on an advisory committee? He said, sure, like he wasn't 92. He believed in the beauty of that building. I believe in that building, but I also believe in RPG and how important.
Thank you. Nina Fresco.
Hi, everyone. Save the Civic. City policy and direction have to be made ethically and holistically. Obviously, housing, community development, and economic growth are critical, but without the context of cultural heritage, well-being, local identity, aesthetics, vibrancy, and livability, we're sunk. Saving the Civic Auditorium is a perfect opportunity for holistic planning and governance. The concept drawings we have seen prove that this is an iconic historic structure, can simultaneously accommodate an event facility of the future and remain a uniquely Santa Monica attraction. Before you is the first half of a proposal from the world leaders in entertainment venues. They are proposing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in our city, asking only for a place to do it. From them, we will get an attraction that will increase Santa Monica's revenue streams for a generation and reinvigorate our local.
Thank you, Nina. And then I have Morgan J. Bush, and after Morgan, I've got Karen, Ann Bowman, and Jaleh.
Hi, I'm Morgan Sykes J. Bush. I'm the creative director at Omgivning Architects. We're focused on the adaptive reuse of existing buildings. And I'm here today to advocate for granting a 6-month extension to RPG. From an environmental standpoint, we know that the greenest thing we can do is to not tear down an entire building and throw it into landfill. As an adaptive reuse architect, I strongly believe that an affordable and revenue-generating path can be found. The proposed state-of-the-art facility will be an important asset for the city's performing arts, culture, finances, and reputation. It is compliant with historic standards, eligible for valuable tax credits, and will be an incredible entertainment venue that improves our local economy and draws visitors. Please allow RPG the requested 6 months to present a complete working vision for the future of this beloved city asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen? It just says Karen. Okay. Ann Bowman?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I think I have 5 minutes because I'm representing the Recreation and Parks Commission tonight. Is that correct?
Are you the chair or vice chair, or were you voting?
I was asked by our chair, Stephen Johnson, to be here tonight. Mary Ann LaGuardia can't make it because she has a migraine.
Okay, Ann Bowman.
Okay, Ann Bowman.
Okay, one moment.
Thanks. Pardon me.
You wanted the 5?
I will try not to take the 5, but if we could put 5 on, that would be great.
And there's a letter from Rec and Parks. Do you have?
Correct. I'm going to read that into the record and then quote from a couple of other letters we've written. So I'll get started as soon as the timer is set. Okay, thanks so much. Hi, Ann Bowman, Recreation and Parks. Commissioner Stephen Johnson asked me to be here tonight and read our letter into the record. Dear Mayor Negrete and esteemed council members, the Rec and Parks Commission voted at our September 25th meeting to write this letter to express our continued support for pursuing a robust partnership that will restore and reopen the Civic as our city's most significant venue for civic and public life, and as a performance venue we can all be proud of. Attached are past letters from our commission that highlight our consistent defense of the Civic and note the substantial community input and broad public support for this facility going back decades, which includes the Civic Center specific plan, which is the governing document for the area that was approved by council in 2005, to the Civic Working Group process that Nina Fresco participated in, which was 2013 to 2016, all the way through to the ENA that is in place today with RPG. Recent enthusiasm for early design presentations from RPG continues to reflect the public's interest in seeing this cultural icon revitalized in the heart of our city. Our commission looks forward to seeing council and staff continue to make progress towards this widely supported and eminently worthy community goal. Sincerely, the Santa Monica Recreation and Parks Commission. So then we attach some of our past letters. I'm not going to read them, but I do want to just highlight some of the most important parts from them. One is that during the Civic Working Group process, over 1,700 community members participated. And then when the working group presented its report to council in, I think, February 2016, the report highlighted the overwhelming public response throughout the process, reflected a desire to maintain the Civic for performing arts and cultural uses. Since then, the community has continued to reinforce this sentiment. Again, our commission would draw your attention to the Civic Center specific plan, which features the auditorium right in the very heart of it. It really is what everything else in that plan revolves around. It's the centerpiece and historically has been our community's most significant venue for civic and public life. And then like you, our commission pays attention when people send us written comments. Our commission pays attention when people come and speak. We care what the community thinks. We care about community sentiment. As I think you know, you received almost 400 pages of written public comment in connection with item 11C. All of it, except about 7 pages, was in favor of extending a 6-month extension of the ENA with RPG. And in reviewing that public comment, I think our commission wants to emphasize RPG is not seeking a subsidy from the city. Hopefully everyone is clear on that. Further, it's been kind of a year of up and downs, both for the planet, but then for our city. I mean, we've had a lot of leadership changes, 2 city managers, an interim city manager, 4 wonderful brand new council members. Of course, Pacific Palisades burned down. But what all of that means is that, there have been a lot of shifting goals and hopes, and RPG needs a little more time to respond to all of that. And lastly, again, with a focus on the community, RPG did not seek out this opportunity. Instead, it came forward from resident advocacy. Residents found RPG, and RPG is really doing us a favor by wanting to take this on, not the other way around. So let's please honor that, and hopefully we'll move forward in a positive way tonight. Thank you very much from the Recreation and Parks Commission. Good night.
Thank you. And before Jaleh comes up, after Jaleh, I've got Sam Shapiro-Klein, Terry Davis Bernstein, and Zena Josephs. Jaleh.
Good evening, Jaleh Mirashemi. I'm here for item 11C, vote yes on RPG's request for 6-month extension. Thank you, Mayor Negrete, for all your community support, always. Civic Center is a symbolic part of every city. Our Civic Center also deserves to thrive with a great Civic Center. Civic Auditorium is an iconic landmark, and we should bring it back to life. We are very lucky to have RPG, one of the most experienced company in the entertainment industries, offering a plan to revitalize the auditorium. Reopening the auditorium as a state-of-the-art venue of the 21st century would be very difficult and very expensive, but RPG offer is at no cost to the city, community, no tax, no nothing. So now everything is in your hand to let this amazing opportunity take place.
Thank you. Sam Shapiro-Klein.
Sorry about that.
Hello, council members. Samuel Shapiro-Klein, Vice Chair of Santa Monica Forward. I think, we actually see this issue quite closer to how many folks in favor of saving the Civic do than they may interpret it. I am in favor of having a civic auditorium. I am in favor of preserving architectural elements that are relevant of the Civic Center. What I'm concerned about is the exclusivity of the exclusive negotiating agreement. Extending the ENA would be kicking the can down the road. There hasn't been evidence put forward that RPG can't execute on this agreement. Where is the financial analysis? Where are the representatives of Live Nation? I'm really struck by the fact that this is a community-supported effort to preserve the Civic Center, but where are the parties that are bringing the money? They are not here to be found. And it just...
Thank you. Terry Davis. So I have Terry Davis Bernstein, Zena Josephs, and then I have Joe and Susan Finley.
I'm not speaking on 11C. I'm speaking on 11D.
It's okay. Yeah.
Terry Davis Bernstein asking you to vote no on all aspects of 11D. I think you are already well aware of what a mess, both ethically and legally, the aspects of this project are. I'm asking myself, what is really going on? Is this just trying to get R1 property to allow neighborhood commercial, or is it something more secret, more devious? I have no idea. I'm particularly troubled, as I mentioned last time, by the use of the common sense exemption to CEQA, not only on this, but on a lot of the things that you do. And because I read English, it looks like it should only be a small thing. So I asked Jing, is there some loophole that you're going on? And she said, yeah, that basically the loophole is if there's no project that's actually detailed out, then there's no environmental impact. So you can just skirt over this. But
Thank you. Okay, so I've got Zena Josephs, and then after Zena, I have Joe, Susan Finley, and Charlie Leventhal.
I have a stupid question before the timer starts.
No stupid question.
I was hoping to speak on both 11C and 11D, so do I get 1 minute each or only 30 seconds each?
Yeah, 10 seconds. No, you get 1 minute on each item.
Okay, all right. So I'm hoping to see a 2 come up on the timer. Thank you. On 11C, I urge you to approve the 6-month extension of the ENA. Many cities in our area have a civic auditorium: Beverly Hills, Culver City, Glendale, Malibu, Pasadena, San Gabriel, Torrance, Thousand Oaks. City of Los Angeles has the Greek Theater. LA County has Disney Hall, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, Mark Taper Forum, Amundsen, Kirk Douglas, Hollywood Bowl, and the Ford Amphitheater. You heard from Mark Verville earlier. He and I don't always see eye to eye, but he's a former vice president of finance for Warner Brothers and Walt Disney. He knows what he's talking about, and he's asking you to extend the negotiations. It's been closed for 12 years. Waiting another 6 months is small potatoes. On 11D, 2644 30th Street, one of our board members wrote this: the upzoning process is a complete failure to adhere to the code requirements to file an application, pay the fees, give proper notice, and provide data and documents as called for in strict code sections, documents that the public can see and review. Staff is required to circulate the application to departments for comment. By simply proposing at the last minute the 10-year covenant, staff is admitting the potential impact of a huge structure in a city family zone. So they've proposed a Band-Aid mitigation without going through CEQA requirements for a mitigated negative declaration. The staff on September 30th said this was a public benefit because it will help the owner avoid future speculative vacancy. Is that a public necessity, or is it merely a favor supporting a private owner's investment? No evidence justifies this as a public necessity. This entire project is illegal and cannot be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Joe. He's not here. And then Susan Finley. Charlie Leventhal, Hunter Hall, Nikki Kohlhoff, and then I have Dan Kohlhoff and Mindy Shank.
Mayor, Denise Barton spoke on one of the 16 items, but she also wanted to speak on.
Oh, okay, and then Denise Barton.
Yes. So, and.
It's okay, we can go out of order. She's already up here.
Okay, I think Joe was first, but I don't know.
Oh, is Joe here? I don't think Joe is here. Oh, okay. I have Joe, Susan Finley, Charlie Leventhal. None of those people are here. And then I have Denise Barton and then Hunter Hall. But you guys can duke it out. I'm just kidding. Hunter, go ahead, and then...
Hello, beautiful people. Hope you're having a good evening. I'm here with some positivity. All right. Yeah, good stuff. Just really want to thank everybody for everything they've done on item 11A. Really want to thank staff, everybody for that. It's awesome. We've been hoping for that for years. As you know, we have to come begging like Oliver Twist with our bowl of gruel every year for all the events that we do. Everybody loves them. They're always a huge hit, and they're a net positive for the city financially. It's one of the big reasons Main Street's successful. It's one of the big reasons we still get restaurants that are interested in going to Main Street. So please, please, please just follow the staff report. Go with all the hard work they've done. Thank you to Jenny and Aaron. I think they're somewhere around here. Peter, what's up? And that's it. Positive note. Thank you.
Thank you. We see your pin. Okay. Nikki Kohlhoff.
Mayor,
I'm sorry. I'm going. Denise Barton. I'm not trying to pass you up, Denise. I just see. Don't take it out on me, Denise.
Good evening. On item 11A, your discretionary funding is for community programs because those serve the community, not for your council's special events or signature events. Those should be within the budget or sponsorship gotten by the city. I thought the city was crying poor mouth in financial distress, yet you want to increase your discretionary spending by $90,000, burdening the taxpayers with your normally based discretionary funding, plus an additional almost $3,000, so each of you can have a discretionary slush fund of $20,000, which we all know will never go back into the council's discretionary fund. Again, I hope you realize that your discretionary fund is not a personal slush fund for your special interests or signature events, but is for the best interest of the community at large. Maybe you should have thought about that while you continue hiring the highest paid city employees in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Kohlhoff.
Before my time starts, I would like 2 minutes to speak to 2 items because I didn't sign up for 2 items because we were told we could do one for 4 minutes. But since we're not allowed, I would like 1 minute for each of 2 items, 11C and 11D, please.
We're doing 2 minutes. And I have your visual.
Pardon?
I think there was a visual that you said.
Well, yes, but you cut me, so the visual doesn't really matter. But you may as well go to the second page, I guess, please, and we'll just let folks can read. Yeah, that's a good one for people to read in background if it's zoomed, maybe. If it's zoomed and we're legible. Yeah, that's, yeah. All righty, but 2 minutes, please. Okay. Nikki Kohlhoff, first on 11C, the Civic Center, or the Civic Auditorium. It's interesting, the information requested by the Forward folks is not similarly demanded from the housing developers who come before us all the time claiming whether they can or cannot afford affordable units. I look forward to the equity there. I support extending the ENA with RPG. The hubris of any staff or developer, housing developer folks to think that they could do it better or that this isn't good for us is really just stunning. Just acknowledge what the city is not capable of doing and hire professionals to give us a facility that we all can enjoy. 11D, this is the upzoning. What the heck are you guys doing? We're in a declared state of fiscal distress. The city is struggling to manage its finances, yet staff has spent a year without charging the required $34,000 fee trying to upzone a fully leased office building based on speculative vacancy in 2027. If this is how we allocate senior staff time, it's no wonder we're in trouble. And consistent with other items being discussed tonight, there was a lack of transparency. Staff worked directly with the owner's counsel and lobbyist Harding Larmore for a year, allowing them to draft specific portions of the staff report, the resolutions, and the ordinance before you, without disclosing that relationship to the public. Caroline was aware of this one as well. It's illegal spot zoning, the covenant does not protect us, and staff continues to mislead you about non-conforming uses. Office space is non-conforming in neighborhood commercial on the ground floor. The proposed solution by staff is another non-conforming use. I urge you to reject the deed restriction, oppose the ordinance, and instruct staff to rescind the lease. And since you cut us, the remaining will be left for litigation.
Thank you. Dan Kohlhoff.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
I believe the rules state that the speakers shall be limited to 1 minute per speaker per section and not per item.
Well, I hear you on that, but we've already allotted people 1 minute per item. It sounds like we haven't been clear on our own rules for public speaking, so I think what's fair is just if we can continue, just because we've already had multiple speakers speak on more than one item and we gave them 1 minute per item.
Then I would request you make a motion to amend the rules.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend the rules to allow people to have 1 minute per item,
Waive the rules.
or waive the rules.
Second.
I think we have to do a roll call vote. Clerk, I made the motion. Councilmember Zernitskaya seconded.
Okay. Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay. So we are at 1 minute.
So I was going to speak on two items, 11C and D. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, good evening again. I don't get to come to City Council chambers too often, but it seems like this item keeps coming up. But the first one, 11C, I graduated in Santa Monica, the Civic Auditorium, and I hope we can keep it going. It was a valuable place years ago when I graduated there, and I hope it still remains that. It would be fantastic to have that revitalized. So please extend the contract and the negotiations for at least 6 months. And on 11D, I just want to point out, you know, on the zoning, there were only 3 people that wrote in for it, for the change. Over 110 people voted against it or opposed it. And those were the comments that were submitted. And these are people that live in Santa Monica. And even when we spoke here that night, there were 3 people that spoke. There was the owner who doesn't live in the city. There was the manager who doesn't live in the city. And then there was the attorney lobbyist who does live in the city. But she's the lobbyist. She's proposing, she was working for them. And I just want to say that's just weird. That's like 90% of the people plus opposed it. That's like Trumpian to say that the people that opposed it weren't even here. It's like, you can't act that way. The people spoke, and it was the vast majority, I mean, clear majority, said we oppose it. So please oppose it. Please don't allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mindy Shank, and before Ms. Shank comes up, I have Heather Thomason, Erica Leslie, and Paula Sizek. Ms. Shank.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Good evening. I'm here to talk about 11D. I've come before you numerous times. We meet again at all hours of the night. I realize this is also a tactic, perhaps to wear us down. Each time I carefully collect my thoughts about the proposed plans for our city and present the facts and my thoughts here. I will not do that tonight. It seems completely wasteful. I've written countless emails to council and staff, and aside from the auto replies, I rarely receive any responses. I know I'm not alone. Many of your constituents have raised this issue with a total lack of respect and transparency shown to the residents of this city. This council cloaks itself in affordable housing fairy tales and pro-development myths about how density creates affordability, without facts and without due process of environmental and traffic studies that have become urgent as we grapple with gridlock, pedestrian, cycling accidents, and fatalities. Critically, these rulings consistently go against the stated wishes of the community.
Thank you. Heather Thomason?
Mayor,
I have her down twice.
Yes. Are you speaking on 2 items?
Yes, C and D. Thank you. Good evening, Heather Thomason. On 11C, I strongly support the Civic Auditorium Restoration Project and urge you to extend RPG's ENA by 6 months. A project of this scale needs sufficient time to get it right. A restored historic concert venue would be an ideal anchor for downtown revitalization. The location is exceptional, a short walk from the Expo Line terminus. While I understand the merits of other potential uses, the concert venue offers unique advantages. We already have hotel capacity. What we need is compelling reasons to fill those rooms. And while I strongly support affordable, deed-restricted housing and adequate space for our schools, this site offers a rare chance to preserve historic architecture while creating a cultural destination that benefits the entire community. You've granted extensions in other circumstances, including multi-year extensions for fulfilling affordable housing requirements. So 6 months for this cultural project is both modest and well justified. This is a rare opportunity to revitalize downtown, restore Santa Monica's reputation as a performance destination, and generate economic activity our city needs. Our city is more than just a collection of buildings. It's alive with a beating heart. Historic buildings that find new purpose, that fill with music and gather communities together are what make that heart beat. The Civic Auditorium can be that for Santa Monica again. Let's give it the chance. On 11D, I urge you to reject the 10-year deed restriction at 2644 30th Street. That is not nearly long enough to meaningfully protect the neighborhood from the inevitable development that will be a consequence of this upzoning. More fundamentally, I ask you to oppose the upzoning from residential to commercial entirely. Instruct staff to rescind the Luce Amendment. There's still no convincing legitimate justification for this upzoning when alternatives existed. It sets a dangerous precedent. Finally, on a related issue, I strongly urge you to bring neighborhood commercial height limits back down to 32 feet. We cannot have 7-story buildings towering over Ocean Park, Pico, Montana, and Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Leslie? And then after Ms. Leslie, I have Paula Sizek, Jan Williamson, and John Cyrus Smith.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's a long night. Thank you for being patient with us. I know it's a lot of people out here to speak. I just came here before you just to urge you to extend on 11C, to extend the contract, extend it, give them more time. As I drive through different cities and I see that they have civic centers and all these entertainment zones, I say, why not us? We need the money. And this will put money in our coffers that we desperately need. This is an investment in our future and for our children's future, for our future generations, so that we can be a viable economic part of the city as we used to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Sizek?
Hi there, Paula Sizek speaking on 11C. I really have no particular dog in the fight of what the Civic Center becomes. I'm just asking everybody in this room to make it become something sooner rather than later. I'm so tired of walking by it every week and seeing it fall into a greater and greater state of disrepair. I watched the thermometer read negative 169 degrees Fahrenheit for weeks, and now I notice the sign is off entirely. So, City Council, split the baby, give them 3 months. Maybe it'll be motivating. If you're on the committee, I'd love to see what you have, but I'd love to see it. So, let's go. Thanks.
Thank you. Jan Williamson?
Good evening, Council members. Jan Williamson, I'm here speaking on 11A as the chair of the Experience Management Committee on cultural happenings. As members of the Experience Management Committee to highlight and leverage cultural happenings, we write to express our strong support of the city's proposed events plan. This plan represents an important step toward fostering more transparent, predictable, and collective processes for cultural and community events in Santa Monica's public spaces. We are particularly encouraged by how the plan will provide clarity and advanced guidance for event producers, helping them to plan more successful programs with clear expectations and support from the city, recognize and sustain the cadence of treasured community events through the proposed signature events category, which will streamline approvals and ensure recurring events can return annually, enhance participation.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. John Cyrus Smith?
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, Mr. Chi, John Cyrus Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner. Yes, our commission wholeheartedly believes that RPG should have more time to get this thing done. You know, back in 2012, I was part of the original Save the Civic organization. We met in Nita Frisco's side yard, and no one wanted to give up on the Civic back then, and you guys shouldn't give up on it tonight, really. You know, a lot has changed since the ENA was first proposed. New city manager, new city attorney, a new council, and a president that hates California. Declining revenues, and the Palisades fire. These things take time. We've waited years for some pros to come along and show us how to give the Civic an encore. Give them the time. Be the council that saves the Civic and not the council that kills it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, that is
Mayor, did you want to go back to some speakers?
some missing names. Okay, is Joe, Susan Finley, Charlie Loventhal, Karen, Jocelyn Treese. I think folks left. If you are here to speak and you didn't hear your name, raise your hand. There we go. That's an easier way of doing this.
Beth Collins was someone we were expecting to come back.
If you're here to speak and we didn't call your name, please stand up.
Hi.
Hi.
So Beth Collins is on her way.
Oh, Beth Collins.
So procedurally, I have a question. Can Beth speak after Oliver's presentation, or does it have to happen before?
Can we just, is Beth who's speaking on behalf of RPG or? Okay. How would we like to do the agenda management in terms of the request for this longer presentation?
From staff's perspective, I don't know that we feel strongly one way or another. We were notified earlier that Mr. Sexton from RPG wouldn't be able to join us, but it looks like.
Yes, hi, I'm Beth Collins.
Beth, would you like to maybe come on up and share what you have to share?
Here, come to the mic because we have to get you on the record. When you come up, just sorry.
Hi, I'm Beth Collins. I'm the co-president of the Azov Company, one of the participants in RPG.
Got it.
What I would love to do, if possible, is talk during after the staff report and do the typical, what I understand is the typical 10-minute developer. We have a little video. I'd love to just be able to share that.
So the request is to have a 7-minute video shown with 3 minutes of comment after the staff report
And then, of course, I would be available to answer
and be available for questions. I'll float that out to the council. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Zwick.
I'm just trying to understand the normal order. I mean, is this a public hearing like we do where we hear from the applicant in that way? Or I'm just trying to understand what is normal.
Right, so this is listed as a staff administrative item, so you do not necessarily have a customary 10-minute presentation like you would for your quasi-judicial, your appeals. So it would be up to the council's discretion on whether or not you would want to amend, to suspend the rules to allow for this.
Okay, thank you.
I would propose that we take this as any other public comment, and I'm happy to allow 7 minutes to show the video. But I don't know that since it's not a public hearing, I don't know that it would be appropriate to give a private individual time to rebut the staff presentation. So I think it would be more appropriate to hear it now, is what I would say.
I'll second that.
So the proposal is to have Ms. Collins play the 7-minute video, or any portion of that? Are you giving her the full 7 minutes, or you're just saying the video?
So they've requested 10 minutes, is that correct? So 7 video, 3 minutes of comments?
Not sure I'll even take the 3. I'll talk a little bit, but I would love to show the video and just talk a little bit.
That's fine.
Okay.
We have to take a vote first.
Let's take a quick vote.
I'll second the amended motion.
Thanks, Councilmember Hall.
So a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, seconded by Councilmember Hall.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll queue up the video.
Yeah, let me just if I could, just before you start it, 1 second, I just wanted to say again, I'm Beth Collins. I'm the co-president of the Azov Company. I'm one of the participants in RPG. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you guys. I think, as you know, we are a very experienced group of live entertainment companies. And I want you to know that we have spent over $1 million so far since signing the ENA for this project. We are extremely enthusiastic about the project. In addition to the money we spent countless hours getting to where we are. I know it feels like a long time to have 6 months to do something, but a project like this does take considerable time. So this little video will show you a little bit about where we are, and then maybe I'll spend a few minutes talking about what's next. But we are still very passionate about the Civic and believe it is an extremely viable project, and frankly, a group of companies that are of our size would never waste the time and effort if we did not think the project was viable. Okay, that's
My name's Tim Sexton, and I'm one of the partners in RPG, the group that hopes to save, restore, and operate Santa Monica's beautiful, historic Civic Auditorium. When Save the Civic brought this opportunity to our attention, we were thrilled by the chance to reimagine this remarkable but time-worn building as an iconic and world-class venue. We are pleased to share that we are confident we can create something truly extraordinary that the city of Santa Monica, its residents, and the west side of Los Angeles at large will truly be proud of. First, a little bit about us, Revitalization Partner Group, or RPG for short. As you can see in this slide, RPG is a partnership of entertainment industry leaders with proven and repeated success in music, live events, venue operations, talent relations, community partnerships, and all the pieces necessary to restore and operate a thriving venue for music and the arts. Just to remind you, we will do this without asking for a single dollar of public financing. No city financing, no taxpayer dollars, and no bonds. This restoration will be entirely self-financed by RPG, and the property will remain owned by the city. Take a moment and look at this slide. For purposes of orientation, this slide shows the current area surrounding the Santa Monica Civic and the adjacent government buildings and park areas. In the center is the Superior Courthouse. To the left is City Hall, to the right is the Civic. This is the site of the Civic. On the left is how it looks today. On the right is our proposed transformation. As you look at this slide, you will note the soccer field on the extreme right corner in each view. We are not touching the soccer field. To the north, the existing parking lot next to the Superior Courthouse would be turned into an open green space, a new, true Santa Monica Civic Center, a new Santa Monica Park. This is a rendering looking south on Main Street. Like downtown LA's historic Central Library restoration, we are proposing a new Civic Center Park that will feature food and beverage operations and shopping at the same scale as the nearby Ocean Park neighborhood directly south of the Santa Monica Civic. Plus, our new park space will allow room for an additional outdoor concert stage on the green under the stars. We are also proposing a new roof terrace, an inviting space for dining, refreshments, or gatherings. We showed our proposed project to the California State Parks Historic Preservation Office, who reviewed our project favorably. The restored new Santa Monica Civic will accommodate nearly 3,000 people. In the front section, you'll notice red lines indicating space for standing audiences, a configuration ideal for certain kinds of concerts and in keeping with the spirit of the old Santa Monica Civic. That same area can also be outfitted with an orchestra pit and fixed seating, stored within the floor and unfolded as needed, providing flexibility for a variety of events. We will leverage our talent relationships, our experience, and next-generation technology to host immersive concert experiences, artist residencies, award shows, and more, making Santa Monica a premier destination for entertainment. This rendering shows what a concert might look like in the new Civic. The new venue will feature state-of-the-art acoustics, cutting-edge lighting, high-resolution immersive video screens, and dynamic visuals. We also hope to bring award shows and other major events back to Santa Monica. The Civic once proudly hosted the Academy Awards, and we see no reason why it can't once again be a stage for world-class events. Any venue must compete on the world stage, and our new Civic will have technology that is second to none, fully engaging audiences and creating unparalleled live experiences. Partners on our RPG team regularly collaborate with the Sphere in Las Vegas. So we have firsthand experience with the power of groundbreaking visual technologies, and the new Santa Monica Civic will be the beneficiary. The images on the right side of this slide show the current condition of the Civic lobby. On the upper left is our proposed restoration back to the lobby's original state. The round circular kiosk in the foreground in the upper left could serve as a bar or a space for merchandise sales as it did back in the day. The glorious lobby stairways in the background will be preserved and restored. In the lower left are a couple of snapshots of what the lobby looked like in the 50s. Of historical note, the existing floor coverings on the right are not original to the building and will be replaced with finishes replicating the Civic's mid-century architectural heritage. We are confident that our vision for a state-of-the-art Santa Monica Civic Auditorium will create a powerful new economic engine for this city. Since 2023, tickets sold, gross concert revenues, and the number of concerts produced globally have all increased by as much as 20%. Recent studies confirm nearly half of all attendees prefer shows in theaters, and 70% travel more than 50 miles to see a concert. Based on our experience and current live event metrics, we know the new Civic is going to be a powerful financial multiplier, not just for downtown Santa Monica and Main Street, but for the entire west side of Los Angeles. We believe in Santa Monica and in the potential of a restored Civic Auditorium, one that will serve local residents as well as visitors from around the world. Mindful of Santa Monica's fiscal emergency, it's worth reminding ourselves of the economic impact the new Santa Monica Civic will have on the local economy, and that no city money is required by our group. Our loan request at this time is a 180-day extension of the ENA in order to study and quantify the financial and other impacts before any deal is finalized. We hope Santa Monica is going to give us the opportunity to restore and operate this unique, historic, and incredible venue. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Some people collect shoes.
Some people do collect. Well,
Thank you. Did you have any other
yeah,
comments?
just a couple of thoughts. First of all, thank you for giving us the time to share that with you. I think that I want to say, since it's my first time before you, a couple of things that we do say in the video, but I think are worth repeating. And one thing that I said earlier, which is, I would not be sitting here, I promise you, at this hour of the night, talking to you about this project if we did not think it was economically feasible. I don't know where the numbers came from in the staff report, but they didn't come from us. And we do not waste time, and we don't want to waste your time. I hear you that it is long and frustrating. I have actually myself participated in other iterations of trying to look at the Civic. Years ago, I worked for Madison Square Garden. I was there when the Nederlanders looked at it. I get it. I totally get how it is so difficult to see this thing sit there empty. You were also talking to a group of live entertainment experts that wouldn't waste our time, but we are also West Side of LA residents who care deeply about the building. It is a unique moment in time, and this may not be familiar to you, but is a unique moment in time in live entertainment when we can really believe that we can fix the Civic, and it's for a couple of reasons. Live experiences have become so much more important to people. As social media has isolated us, live entertainment is what brings us together as communities, and it creates opportunity. The other piece is that piece about in immersive experiences. When we can create our own content and when we can create these immersive experiences, and they're not going to be Vegas style. We're not doing Vegas in Santa Monica, right? But when you can do those, you can fill more days. Okay, you're not waiting for XYZ band to come on tour and come to town on a Friday and a Saturday night, and so you're underutilizing the building. We can develop these incredible shows that celebrate Santa Monica, that celebrate Southern California culture, that celebrate bands like the Beach Boys or the Eagles or Frank Sinatra or whoever, and you can play them multiple times a day. And that is one of those things that brings economic viability to this project, along with concerts and civic things and award shows. And it's not mutually exclusive, but it is a unique moment where we can do things differently. And it's why we believe that we can bring this building back online. We need more time. I know it looks like a few pretty pictures that somebody drew, but there's a lot of work that went behind that. We need to go another level to actually get to a cost for this building, a real cost, because again, we're not going to waste your time, we're not going to waste ours. We need actual next level drawings to figure out how much it's going to cost. We will then apply the business plan to it, the event counts, et cetera, because obviously the single biggest component is how much it costs. And then we can go get an economic impact report done for you so we can come back and tell you exactly how much the city of Santa Monica is going to make. But we need probably 90 days to do our part, and then probably 90 days to get an economic impact and digest it and bring it back and do DDA conversations with you guys all along the way. And that's why we're thinking 6 months. So I think this is an amazing opportunity for the city. These events are always an economic catalyst. I'm sorry, I'm probably timed out. But we did the forum. It changed Inglewood. This could change Santa Monica, and we really believe in it.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Oh, we're doing happy hands. Happy hands. Okay, so now we've got staff coming up. Yes.
Okay. Just to.
Next item.
Oh, sorry, we
Next item is
skipped.
11A.
We skipped some things. Sorry, I wasn't trying to skip you. Did I skip you? No. We're traveling out.
Well, this is we're concluding public input. Item
Yes.
6. So now we're moving back to the agenda items. 11 are staff administrative items. 11 is adoption of resolution establishing a Santa Monica signature events category.
Point of order. I'm so sorry. We skipped travel announcements and the city manager's report.
Oh, we did.
Oh, we get away without one of those tonight. I know. Okay, we'll have a quick city manager's update report. We can get back to the agenda. First, Madam Mayor, members of the council, wanted to let everyone in the community know we had Tech Street Santa Monica start on Ocean Avenue this week. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for showing up and kicking off the festivities. It was a terrific start to a week-long event that showcases all of the talent and innovation and creativity that exists here in Santa Monica and throughout our region. We encourage everyone to visit at some point during the week. It's just a tremendous event. Tech Week will wrap up at the end of this weekend with another terrific event, the Off the Hook Seafood Festival on the Pier. All of Santa Monica's best chefs and restaurants will be showcasing terrific meals that are highlighted by the benefits of our blue economy, all while raising funds for our charity partner, Heal the Bay. There's other terrific events this weekend we wanted to let everyone know about in Santa Monica. Our partners at DTSM are going to be coordinating the Dia de los Muertos celebration on the promenade this Saturday. We have our final Gather and Grow event. Jenny, Rad, thank you so much for a terrific season with Vinyl Vibes at Reed Park. And of course, we heard a little bit earlier from members of the public, Main Street's going to have a block party with Day of the Dog on Sunday. So a lot happening in Santa Monica this week. Last thing we wanted to just highlight for the community is we are aware that there is a No Kings rally that's planned for this coming Saturday, set to take place Palisades Park on Ocean. Our police department and our EMS team have all been fully engaged in planning and preparing for the event. Our expectation is that it is going to be a peaceful exercise, First Amendment rights, but we did want to let the community know we are aware of the events happening and are fully prepared under the leadership of Chief Jacob, Chief Halleck, and our team in public safety. Lastly, we can't finish a city manager's update report without talking about an adoptable, adorable pet. We wanted to share a picture of our adoptable pet that's coming right about now. There's Cookie, everybody. Cookie's a 2.5-year-old female pit bull mix. She's a recent mom. She gave birth to 7 baby boys just a couple of weeks ago. All of the baby boys were able to find their forever home. We think now it should be Cookie's turn. So everybody, if you're interested in finding a furry companion that loves stuffed animals, that loves to cuddle, that loves to sunbathe, Cookie is the one for you. Contact Animal Shelter if you have any interest in meeting Cookie. And of course, feel free to visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. With that, Madam Mayor, we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Looks like we've got travel announcements, City Clerk.
Yes. Do any council members have any reports on travel?
Yeah, I'm just going to kick it off and let Councilmember Zernetskaya, Councilmember Snell, and myself attended the Cal Cities conference in Long Beach last week. Was it Wednesday through Friday? And I will let you go over the details.
Yeah, so it was the annual conference and expo, so there were a lot of vendors there as well. In order to use our time there more effectively, we actually split up which sessions we went to so that we could all come together afterwards and learn from each other. And in addition to the opportunities that we had to learn from our colleagues in other cities, we had the opportunity to learn about various new technologies and tools, including several AI technologies that could potentially help us provide better service to our constituents. And in the interest of time, I'll stop there.
Thank you. All right, now we're ready for the piece de la resistance.
Okay, so back to 11 items, staff administrative item. 11A is the adoption of resolution establishing a Santa Monica signature events category, designating Santa Monica signature events, and authorizing the waiver of city event fees for designated signature events. And let me pull that up for you.
Got it. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I am Jenny Rogers, your Director of Recreation and Arts for the City of Santa Monica. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our department's recommendation for adoption of a signature events resolution, which would authorize creation of a new signature events category, designate those events, and waive their city event fees. Over the years, council commitment to celebrating community, culture, and creativity has been unwavering, taken many forms, and is a core component of our economic recovery and placemaking efforts. At council direction, RAD has taken the lead in a larger citywide initiative currently underway to transform Santa Monica's events ecosystem, making it more welcoming, making it more friendly, easier, faster, and more transparent to host both community and marquee events. As part of a broader strategy to make Santa Monica a vital destination for distinctive and inclusive experiences, staff recommend the establishment of a Santa Monica signature events category, a new designation that would allow qualifying community events to receive automatic fee waivers and priority support from the city. The goal of this resolution is to simplify a cumbersome event permit process, which creates unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles in an increasingly challenging economic environment. This action will provide greater certainty, ensure equitable and predictable city support, and reduce expense to sustain these urban events. Currently, we have a variety of event types here in Santa Monica. The proposed signature events, should you adopt that tonight. We also do city-sponsored events. Off the Hook would be a good example of one of those. City-produced events, which include all of our music events in the park each summer, commercial events, and large-scale event license agreements like Freeze, like Cirque, and hopefully in the future, a music festival. In an effort to streamline our city events policy and processes, the proposed signature events resolution identifies recurring free community events produced by and benefiting nonprofit entities that have demonstrated long-standing value to the city, residents, and economy. Signature events would also need to meet eligibility criteria, including taking place in city-owned sites, be free and open to the public, have occurred annually over at least 3 years, and support local businesses. The proposed resolution aligns with our efforts to simplify events permitting and provide greater transparency and city support for our local event organizers, many of whom donate their time as volunteers and who are here tonight. Here's a proposed list for the 14 city signature events as an inaugural list. I would note, should an event meet the eligibility criteria in the future, organizations would be able to request inclusion to this list and apply through the Recreation and Parks Commission, as we're recommending, as part of a coordinated annual review process. We would actually do that biannually if needed, so we could do that more expeditiously. Please note that events that do not qualify as signature events will still have other avenues for city support, including potential city co-sponsorship or request of city discretionary funding to offset city fees. In collaboration with community partners and a citywide team, staff have identified opportunities to improve city event policies, processes, and permitting systems, and a broad range of strategies intended to signal a cultural shift. The City of Santa Monica is becoming a partner in event creation, not just a regulator. Ongoing improvements include revising city policies, site guidelines, administrative instructions, and city muni code to provide greater flexibility and new uses. Reimagining spaces and introducing new venues, such as the creation of the Sandbox, our new beach play zone. Greater frequency of events and expanding capacity with higher occupancies for events in high demand sites. New allowances, including alcohol, vending, and drone shows at certain events and specific parks. Developing a new citywide events planning guide and streamlined citywide software platform. Our events ecosystem will bring the fun back to Santa Monica and make it a more welcoming environment in which to host and attend events. In tandem with our signature event strategy, the city continues to develop a comprehensive citywide events plan and advance a broader special events facilitation strategy designed to make Santa Monica more event-friendly and competitive regionally. An overview of key initiatives underway include development of a large-scale events resolution to streamline permitting for major high-impact activations, expanding the city's inventory of event-ready spaces, including approving events at Belmar, infrastructure improvements to beach lots and airport locations, enhanced customer service, and on-site coordination from an additional new city events coordinator, a position currently in recruitment, implementation of the Clarity permitting system by 2026 to streamline application processes and strengthen interdepartmental collaboration and communication, and establishment of clearer cost transparency for event producers with event-type templates, which balances fiscal sustainability with enhanced community access. Tonight, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a finding of no possibility of significant impacts per CEQA guidelines and adopt the attached resolution establishing Santa Monica's signature events category, designating the Santa Monica signature events, and authorizing the waiver of city event fees. In closing, Santa Monica City Council has a strong legacy of support for and commitment to community and cultural events and the dedicated folks who organize them dating back to its inception. Santa Monica's iconic venues, from its world-famous beach and pier to its parks and civic sites, make it a dream destination for thousands of visitors from around the world, and the marquee events, activations, and attractions that invite them to discover, explore, and experience this amazing city and the community which calls it home. The city's economic vitality, cultural identity, and community connectedness has been shaped over the last 150 years by these beloved community gatherings and only in Santa Monica experiences. This year marks the city's sesquicentennial, our SAMO 150 celebrations, and the designation of our Santa Monica signature events ensures that the events at the heart of the city will continue to thrive now and in the future for the next 150 years. Thank you so much. Aaron Orozco, our RAD administrator, and I are here tonight and happy to answer questions and address council concerns.
Thank you so much. This is probably my favorite part and the most exciting. All right, so we're going to go with questions first. I have in the queue Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much. We're very excited about this, and I just really appreciate your quick work at making this come to life. Just a quick question. I see in the staff report there was some discussion about having the Recreation and Parks Commission review this annually, advancing a comprehensive facilitation strategy. What kind of discussions are you having with the economic development team to make sure that, because all these events are great, they're absolutely cultural events, but if we're using this as an activation and economic development revitalization strategy, how are we working with our partner organizations, other departments, and of course like downtown Santa Monica and the other bids?
Thank you so much for that question. We are working very closely with our colleagues in the Economic Development Department. On the daily, we actually have had multiple meetings of late, and most of those conversations are about how can we better coordinate the activations across the city. We're working very closely with our community partners, so that's everyone from SMTT, Downtown Santa Monica, the Pier Corp, and then of course all of our bids. We really want to think about events that are happening across the city as part of a holistic vision of how people are going to want to move around the city and enjoy these incredible opportunities. And we want to work in collaboration so that we're not stepping on each other's toes and creating difficulty for people to navigate across spaces. So that's something that I would say even goes beyond economic development to our colleagues in the Department of Transportation, obviously police and fire. We're always in coordination with our city manager's office. So it's really a team effort at looking at how we can best orchestrate. We think of it kind of as an orchestra of elements across the city.
Okay, love that. I think none of this works unless we have a modernized permitting system. So love that that was mentioned as well. Can we just make sure that we're committed to coming back with some key performance indicators to show success here? I think this is really important. This sounds great, but in a year from now, or whenever the Rec and Parks Commission evaluates this, or we evaluate this, we figure out, do we need more money? Do we need to supercharge this? It would be great to have some impact metrics to be able to point to say this worked, this didn't work. Here's how we make it better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. I'm also very excited about this. I know that event organizers have been asking us to make it easier to put on these incredible events for some time. So thank you to your team and all the staff members who worked on it. I had two hopefully quick questions. The first one is the 3-year requirement for a signature event. Does that have to be 3 consecutive years?
We discussed that. We didn't actually apply it as 3 consecutive years because of the impacts around the COVID crisis and the fact that events did have some moments in which they had to pause. But we have held kind of to the concept, if you had 3 years of permitting, we would count that as the 3 years.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because I also think that there might be certain events that aren't necessarily annual, that might be biannual, that kind of thing. And second question, so on the expanding allowing alcohol and drone shows and all that fun stuff, in order to allow alcohol during these signature events, would we need to consider expanding our entertainment zone ordinance to include Main Street and Montana, or would this be outside of that?
We currently have the ability to have alcohol at events like we did with our State of the City. You know, you basically make a designated area that has, you know, fencing or some sort of parameter that shows that, and you work through the appropriate permitting to do alcohol. We could certainly look at, you know, how the entertainment zones might fit into different areas. I know that's going to be a further conversation with our economic development division, and so that's something certainly that we can talk about, but it's not something that we have to have in order to do that.
Okay, understood. Thank you, and I'll save the rest for comments. Thanks again.
Councilmember Snell.
I too want to really thank you for putting this together. This is something that really gives our event planners the ability to really spend time and not have to worry about the cost involved, because they know it's here and not have to come back here. But there is one signature event that I know has been consistently one that downtown Santa Monica has put on from years to years and worked with partners, is Black History Month in downtown Santa Monica. And I was just wondering why that particular signature event is not part of the list that's here today.
I'm wondering if we actually have a permit that's pulled for that event. It may be because there's not significant fees, but I don't know if you have more information, Aaron, about that event.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete and Council. The events that we produced, that we put forward to you today, were in conjunction with DTSM, Pure Corporation. We asked them for their lists, and then we, cross-reference that with our permits, as Jenny suggested. And so we can go back to them and ask them, would this, and to be really honest with you about it, it is also about the events that had fees associated with them, because the Black History Month maybe didn't have a lot of fees associated with it, so it just didn't make the list.
And Aaron, I believe the Black History Month event was co-sponsored by the city, which results in an automatic fee waiver.
Automatic fee waivers. There you go.
Okay. The events identified on the signature events resolution are nonprofit-based events that the city doesn't co-sponsor and have fees attached to it currently that were identified.
I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for this presentation and for all the hard work that has led up to this point. I know you've been tireless and working across departments, and thank you for leading that effort when it comes to doing this work. I'm curious, I know you touched upon it a little, but to me, a big part of success is creating a set of internal processes that allow us as a city to reduce the number of checkpoints and veto points and twisting decision trees that lead in different directions when an event comes before the city, so that someone has, as you mentioned, certainty and also a lack of sort of complexity, both for the applicant but also for the city internally to not, essentially find itself in its own way when it comes to quickly getting to yes on something that might be time sensitive or might otherwise just simply be needing to meet the requirements of a market actor that is used to a certain sort of level of speed and efficiency. And I'm just curious, what efforts are contained herein, to kind of try to reduce some of the natural complexity that we often face when we approach some of these events.
I appreciate you having a focus on the streamlining, because that's been a major priority for our team. So there's a couple places that I would point to. One is in the city policies themselves. So we've been deep in the trenches of actually revising everything from our site guidelines to our administrative instructions, which guide the staff work, to things in the Muni Code, we're looking at what are the hurdles that we're hearing from our community partners where they're having to jump through multiple maze-like processes. And so that is an area where we continue to do work. That work is not yet over. And I would say having our new city manager has put that work into hyperspeed, which we very much appreciate about our city manager, that we have someone who really understands policy work and how to make that more transparent and customer friendly. I would also point to the process improvement that we're doing, both from the development of a new events planning guide, because I think part of it will be making things a lot more streamlined and then explaining what the new process is. Right now, if you tried to explain it to someone, it's been a more challenging explanation. If you did the workflow, you'd be like a little bit lost in the maze. And so as we're streamlining things, we're going to create and are creating right now, we have a draft of this new events planning guide that will allow people to know how to get from point A to point B very quickly. Part of that will also be the work that we do, our staff in the community events team, in helping better understand what the goal is, what community event organizers are trying to do, and then help guide them so that we can help guide them to being able to do something in the most efficient way, but also reduce cost as we're guiding them. Lastly, I would just point to there is going to be great efficiency with the streamlining of our citywide software solution, which is Clarity. Right now, across the city, we have different departments that are kind of operating in their own ways and how they're processing permitting. Once we have all that permit on one software solution, it's going to make that whole process much more streamlined and much easier for the end user.
I'd also add one of the things that will be coming back at our next council meetings, the articulation of a citywide realignment strategy. Part of what's made events complicated to coordinate in town really is over the years, we've created multiple rules, and those are all human-created rules that at times work in conflict with each other, and there's no clarity really on the type of event. How do you actually engage with the city to get the event up and running? This is the signature events resolution is the first of a couple of different cleanup items that we're going to be bringing back. To Jenny's point, systems will be important, the technology will be important, but really it's the organizational structure internally, who's responsible, who has the authority to move the event approval process along while getting input from all the departments. One of the proposals that you'll see on the 28th includes establishing a real special events operation within RAD that we'll be working with Aaron and Jenny on developing more fully to really create, a more centralized process for how we facilitate ticketed events being put on by private entities. There's also a secondary line of city-sponsored events. To this point, sometimes that's allowing an agency to use our logo, waiving fees. More than that, I think we're trying to come up with a platform of what are specific larger scale events that the city will actually proactively go out and produce to develop. How do we work with DTSM on a larger regular activation in the promenade, assuming that we can get all of the council's safe and clean goals established? There's an element to that that's coming to council on the 28th also. So in a roundabout way, we've got to fix the rules. We've got to have the structure in place to be able to really implement the new systems that we're developing.
Thank you. Just one additional thing, and I recognize that the topic at hand is the signature events, but it also seems to touch upon a lot of other improvements that are forthcoming. So I just want to bring up one specific example, just to throw it out there, even if it's not a signature event, though I do believe it encompasses a number of the signature events that were mentioned. Is just street closures in general. It's a thing that I think we even heard tonight. People are constantly telling us that those are some of the best events that we have, some of the best draws to Main Street in Montana. I think people desperately want more of that. And yet this is something I've definitely heard is just often prohibitive for a number of reasons, associated costs, other things in the nature that are sort of imposed upon it. And I think that my question is, I guess, how are we specifically perhaps looking at street closures in a way to facilitate more of those events. I hear from Main Street that they want to do more, but the costs are just too prohibitive. I've heard that from other people. I've heard from people that want to do a street party on their block that they can't, that the rules are so prohibitive that they can't get enough signatures, and they just don't, they just don't even bother. And it's, it's not Brooklyn, so they don't just like park their cars to block off the street and do it themselves. So, the question, I guess, is like when you have all these different departments, as you said, maybe set up a set of well-intentioned requirements, and I'm not going to pick on any, but, CAO has liability concerns, SMPD, has safety issues, and every other department has a very legitimate concern. But when you aggregate those together, then you end up with something that's unwieldy. Are we thinking about like a way to actually, like, as you said, like have one person that actually kind of can manage this process and actually not allow it to be a consensus that basically means no one's in charge?
Short answer is yes. There's a variety of reasons why street closures and events like that have gotten to be so expensive. Some of it is the way that we require new street closure plans for an applicant to prepare and then get vetted through multiple departments within the city. There's a number of operational changes and adjustments we're looking at. I'm confident we'll be able to make adjustments and improve that process here in short order.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple questions. How are we honoring like the pre-COVID events that may have been in existence? I'm thinking of one that I'm in discussions with of bringing back on 4th of July, which we've lightly discussed, that was an event before, so could potentially meet the requirements of the 3+ years. And there might be more, I don't know. And I guess just in that family of questions is that list is, I'm assuming, is that a workable list as we move that tonight? Okay.
So to your point, if we know that an event is coming back, we want to have in place a process for review of any new applications. So for instance, the event that you're speaking of, that would be one that we could review. Should you bless the idea of having the Recreation and Parks Commission do that review, we can do that. We were hoping to do that biannually, so twice a year, so that we can make sure that we don't hold up event organizers while we're adding them.
One of the other things I'd point out is what we're proposing tonight isn't set in stone. It's a framework for how we coordinate and facilitate special events. So as there are good event ideas that the council has, or if we're bringing back certain events, if you let us know, depending on what the event is and the contours, we'll get it fit into a solution that makes sense to facilitate what we're doing. One good example, I think everyone in the council had gotten input from the 310K group that was trying to do the race along Oceanfront Walk. Certainly a lot of issues that we were trying to work through, but ultimately, as we've adopted a different operating model, Aaron, Jenny, the team figured out an alternative way to facilitate a solution to have the event be hosted. Whatever the council comes up with as a viable event, we'll have a pathway for getting to goal.
My only concern is if this is flexible, but we also have to have some rules, right? So what I'm hearing then is the 3+ years like not set in stone? Because if it's not, then I'm just wondering how we do that, because there might be events that just started last year, for example, but meet all the other requirements.
Certainly. There's going to be a companion item to this that's coming up next that I think will play part of that role in helping to facilitate new events getting kicked off the ground if they don't meet the initial requirements. One, there's always flexibility to change the rules if we think it's really that important event to add to the list. But two, part of what shifted this change and accelerated it was a lot of these signature events, they had their fees waived via use of the council's discretionary fund. And the increased flexibility that we're proposing be developed in the council discretionary fund, that's the following item the council will consider, will be another pathway to help facilitate.
So just to succinctly say that you're saying that's the fallback. And then lastly was sort of dovetailing on Councilmember Zwick's comment about street closures, like adjacent activations that are related to an event. For example, in Freeze London, the whole city is activated, but there's one central spot where Freeze is happening and then all the parks are activated, like tying that into the event, even though it's at other locations. Just, that's not really a question, I guess. I don't know if you've thought about that. Okay, and then As it pertains to street closures, I do hope we expand because there's a bid wanting to form on Ocean Park. And as they grow with their retail, I hope we look at that because I know some are just structured differently, but certain bids really want to get in on the opportunity to activate the streets as well. Okay, I think, did you have a question? Councilmember Snell.
I just want to add one more thing, and I'm not trying to increase costs or anything, but I know we're flexible with it. There is a signature event that the city takes a little bit part in, but the college takes a major part in it. And I think we need to take a look at our 4th of July fire event and talk with the college about it as to how we at some point could bring that particular event. I think that's probably one of the events that is really a community event. And I know that we have some participation from the city standpoint, but based on the college's financial position and our financial position has been difficult and we weren't able to do it. But I really do think it's an event that we should think about how going forward we might be able to collaborate with the college to do it.
To bring back the fireworks show, yeah. Okay, now we're into comments, and I believe Councilmember Hall has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jenny, for your partnership on some of this. As you know, I'm a huge champion of the RAD agenda and everything you are trying to do to make it easier for people to plan and execute fun events in this community, especially ones that generate that community and economic activity. I just appreciate all the work you and your team are doing and for listening to my and others' advice and requests on this. I'm happy to move the staff recommendation here. I know others are going to have comment, but
I'll second that.
I want to move this along.
I'll second that. Mayor Pro Tem Terosas? Okay. Ellis, I just want to make sure I'm not missing you. Did you have anything to say? Okay.
No comments. Thank you, Jenny, and everyone for the great work.
Yeah, I think we all want to just say thank you, and the whole community is excited at this, but we also want to get out of here before midnight if we can. So we're going to move. We have a motion on the floor to move the staff report by Councilmember Hall, and I seconded it.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Aaron.
11B is review and approval of council discretionary funding policy.
We can bring the slide up. I think I'll be presenting this for council consideration. We have a brief presentation.
This one. Go back to the presentation.
Thank you so much. If we go to the first slide, the item that we're going to be considering now is a companion item to the signature events resolution that the council just considered. Hey, there we go. The council has historically maintained a fairly modest discretionary fund for the council to support local events, local activities. For the current fiscal year, that account contains about $137,000. One of the things that we've identified as we were going through all of this assessment is increasingly, although it's called a discretionary fund, the overall account really isn't. Of the $137,000 that's allocated, approximately $100,000 every year was spoken for. We went back and looked at the last 5 years, about $100,000 was routinely spent on either direct contributions to certain events or fee waivers for events that were included in the just adopted signature events resolution. One of the things we've identified is how do we think through coordinating fee waivers for ongoing signature events in town, but also restoring a little bit of flexibility for the city council as it relates to using the discretionary fund. To that end, if we go to the next slide, outside of the fee waivers that we've identified, over the last 5 years, there's been about $83,000 a year of ongoing commitments that have been paid out of the discretionary fund. They include payments to the Business Improvement District, the 4th of July Parade, the MLK Junior Celebration, Santa Monica Pride, and also the Samo High Grad Night event. If we go to the next slide, what we're really proposing as we think through the adjustments to the City Council's discretionary fund is one, transition that $83,000 worth of spending into the city's base operating budget, since it really isn't discretionary. It's built into the way that we do business in town. And then really reset the discretionary account to set it at $140,000 a year. If we do that, that then allows the council to have really a discretionary pot of resources. As the year comes up, different things happen. It gives the council flexibility to identify how you'd like to allocate those monies to events, activities in town that are important to council members. We thought through how you might think about coordinating the expenditure of that $140,000. One way that we thought might make sense is with 7 council members, that would give each council member the ability to prioritize an allocation of $20,000 per council member. Of note, the way that we thought it through isn't that the council member be able to just spend the money in any which way that they would like, but that similar to our current process, a proposed expenditure would be submitted as a 16 item for full council consideration. Assuming there's a majority of the council that supports the measure, then that funding would be allocated. Really a way of thinking through how do you balance flexibility for each council member, but also allowing the full council to weigh in on how the revenues, or excuse me, the funding is dispensed. With that, that's the recommendation that we have. We think this pairs well with the signature events policy. And if the council has any questions about this overall adjustment, happy to address those at this time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Terosas, or any questions?
Yeah. Just to clarify, because we have 5 events that are listed as part of those that are going to get that have longstanding council support, and I do see that you would be reviewing the allocations every 2 years. Are there any criteria for what's considered a quote signature event?
So for the signature event policy that was just approved, yes, that really identifies an event developed by a local nonprofit group that's coordinated an event in town for at least 3 years is how we identified the initial list. For this, the ongoing commitments, we went back and looked what were the events where we directly allocated money to consistently every single year for the last 5 years. These 5 separate events, programs came up. And so that's how we identified this initial $83,000 for moving into the base operating budget.
Right. I guess I'm just trying to determine, are these in the signature events one and the same, these 5? No.
No. So what we're suggesting is instead of having these be committed to the council's discretionary fund, we just move them into the city general operating budget. We have accounts that can handle that particular cost, and then add about $3,000 to the discretionary account. So there's $140,000 total that is truly discretionary. Nothing would be obligated towards that $140,000. It would be available for the city council's use during the course of the year.
Okay, got it. Because I'm looking at the staff report from the item prior. If we wanted to add an item into the base, I guess that's my question then. If we wanted to add another, like let's say a new holiday pops up and we decide that it's really important, like how do we add something else to the base operating budget, or is it just like we're going to evaluate that as part of the budget process?
Correct. Every year is part of the budget process. A couple of ways to do it, either a request that we'd handle through the budget process if there's a new ongoing event that we should be funding, or it can be directed through a council motion or 16 items separately to add something that's recurring into the base operating budget.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not like opening up our checkbook and writing checks that are going to bounce. That's what I'm a little bit concerned about. So that like it's not like next year all of a sudden we have 10 new events that we want to add to the base budget. Like we have to be somewhat judicious about the ones that we are adding.
Absolutely.
So you're going to keep us honest as to whether or not we're being too ambitious with adding things to our base budget, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of, and again, we'll get into this in a couple of weeks on the 28th, one of the issues that is real is there is a level of fiscal distress right now. The other thing that's real is we've been working on developing an overarching strategy that over 24 months we're going to get our base operating budget balanced. So we're certainly going to make recommendations based on achieving that stability objective for the organization moving ahead.
Okay, great. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So I'm excited to consider reworking how we do the council discretionary budget. I did want to get some clarification. How do other comparable cities structure their discretionary grants programs?
It really varies between cities. In my experience, I've seen jurisdictions that provide each council member with a pot of money. There's other jurisdictions that have one allocation where as requests come in to use it, a member of the council can elevate that request for full council consideration. Really, I think there's a lot of creativity in thinking through how do we support important events in a local community. We were using the existing model that we have in Santa Monica and trying to identify a way to improve the current contours of the program.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask, and this might be more of a question for the council, would we want to consider developing some sort of minimum criteria to be considered for a discretionary grant, or perhaps some sort of standardized form so that we have pretty standard information? And I don't know if would that potentially include looking back at what we have funded through the discretionary grants and seeing what do all of these things have in common?
I was just going to say, Councilmember Zernitskaya, I requested that maybe last year or the year before that a form be introduced that has the name of the event and it's tracked every year, and that when you get the form, you can see what was done the year before. Historically, prior to this divvying it up, I think we should just have that for the person filling it out, so that sometimes we get an email, sometimes it's a half description, a full description, sometimes it varies. It would be nice to have whatever the 5 requirements are, name of the event, whether or not it's a 501c3. We also generally ask for people to show that they're also fundraising for part of it and that we're not funding the entire thing. So whatever those questions should be on there as well for this form. Sorry, I was just pointing out that I don't know whatever happened to that form request. I had some questions. I was just going to say that along those lines, and maybe it's within this independent or council discretion. So Samo High Music Orchestra and the sports, they could consistently travel. It staggers in terms of the group that goes, but the need is consistent in terms of the scholarship. I don't know if that means that is fit into the regular, considered what you're considering as part of a base, because that sounds more like an event that you're looking at, and this is more, I think all the things that you put in there, if we want to go back, are more about events that serve the community. And although this is serving the community, it's more about scholarshiping at one specific school. So maybe it still lives within the discretionary of the council members. I only ask because it's a large amount. Because you have grad night. So that is, but we do generally give somewhere between around $15,000 to the orchestra group that travels, which covers scholarshiping and making it accessible to all kids in the orchestra. And that's an annual thing. We've also been asked for the wrestling team. Now, sports team's a little different because if I'm not mistaken, I think their travel is associated with whether or not they've made it to whatever competition level. So then my last question is, the only thing I'm confused about, I like the idea of the independence of having a pot, but it feels like it doesn't really matter, because if you're still bringing it forward, and you might still have to use, if you use 5 and then now you don't have enough and you've got to ask for it. It still sounds like we still have to just bring the item forward. I wasn't sure, what does having the independent pots really do?
I think really just trying to create some equity amongst all members of the council so that everyone has the ability to have some resources for allocation. If the council would prefer it not be split by individual member and it's just the pot and different.
But isn't it still the pot? Because if we, it's not like once you run out of your 20, you're done, right?
Well, the way that we are currently proposed it, once a member of the council's out of, let's say the 20,000 has been allocated, and the fiscal year isn't done yet, and if there were something else that member would want to do, you might have to coordinate with another member of the council who still has.
Got it.
funding.
So to be clear, the difference as to where it stands now is you don't need to coordinate, I guess, which you don't need to anyways, with another council member. You can just bring the item forward
Correct.
and hope that everyone approves the 20,000 in your bucket. Once you have no more left or not enough, you would have to coordinate with another council member to use some of theirs.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Zweig?
Excuse me. So I just, in what you said, I thought I might respond and say, I guess I think one benefit might be that because events occur throughout a year, it's very easy if the particular event that you might want to support is at the end of the year, that you wouldn't have the same opportunity to necessarily support that than events that happen earlier in the year that might be favored by other council members. So theoretically, one council member could spend a vast majority of the funds in the first half of the year, and therefore making it harder for other events to be privileged. And I think I think the theory, at least as I understand it, is it would just give everyone an opportunity to contribute some perspective on, equal perspective on what they think would be worthy events in the community, but yet it would still be subject to a general, consensus among the group that it's worthy, overall.
Makes sense. Mayor Pro Tem Trosas?
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to move this item. It makes sense to me, but what I would request, and I think is standard in some of the other municipal jurisdictions that I've seen with discretionary funding, is that we absolutely have to have some sort. I mean, it's bothered me that we don't have a report, not only in terms of the individuals getting the money and who they are and what they're using it for, but then like some sort of report on if we've given you $10,000. I want to know that people in Santa Monica were served. I want to know that we've had an appreciable impact on the built environment, the visitor experience, or something in Santa Monica. Not that it's going to subsidize, salaries. And so I think showing the impact of where discretionary dollars are going, how they're being allocated across the city, who's getting them. I'm very deeply concerned it's going to turn into some sort of, I don't even want to use the term, fund for friends. And that's absolutely not what we need to do here. So I just want to make sure that there's some sort of like actual reporting process so that there's transparency with respect to where all this money is actually going and what impact it's having. So I would be prepared to move the item, but I would want to see some sort of like formalized systematization of impact reports. Sorry that I keep going back to that, but I do think it's important.
And what about the form?
Yeah, I mean, you have to fill out a form. We have to know who you are. You can't be some like not legitimate enterprise. And then I think that we need to know what happened to the money. Like, what'd you use it for?
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Thank you. I agree with having more accountability for how the funds are spent and having a more standardized process. I am a little bit concerned with the allocation of each council member having a discrete amount. I think from my perspective, it might be more, I don't know if more equitable is the right term, but it might be a bit less administrative burden if it continues being just one pot. But if the requests come in through a standardized single funnel, I guess, then it would go out to all of the council members and somebody could choose to put it on the agenda for funding. I think that's the way that certain other cities do it. And I'm sorry, I think Councilmember Raskin has a question.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay, he does. Council, are you done with your comment?
Yeah, I basically just wanted to see if the council was amenable to, instead of doing 20,000 per council member, keeping it as a pot and then having just a more streamlined request process and accountability measures on the back end.
Before I ask my question, Councilmember Hall, I think you have a comment, correct? We're still in questions. And then Councilmember Raskin, did you have a question? Or are we? Just if you have a comment, go ahead.
Well, I think other people were ahead of me. You can put me in the queue.
Okay. To that extent, I think we're just in the questioning phase. The only thing I'm trying to understand as well is a couple of things. For example, is your city manager budget to fund these other things, is that capped, or is this a moment to add other things in there? I'm asking because specifically there's the sports parent association at the high school, and there's the music association, where I guess if we wanted to, we could plan to give a set amount, and then it could be distributed from that pot to the different organizations potentially.
For sure. I think
I just don't know if you have flexibility with that.
we certainly have flexibility, but if adding the Samoa Orchestra funding and also the sports related funding is something the council would like to do, direction tonight would be fine for us to add that to.
The only thing I would say is, like, for the Samoa Orchestra funding, that's one, and there's many music programs. Sometimes the choir goes, it staggers. So my question is, I know orchestra has an annual, and they actually emailed something with a breakdown, but maybe it makes sense to give a larger amount to, like, the whole, so that then the various groups can ask. It might not make sense, and it sounds like it probably deserves a little bit more contemplation. So my follow-up question to that is, can we still look at this and after we make, I don't know, do you still have room in your budget for that? And then you come back to us after divulging all the information from those groups, the sports groups, whatnot. And then if it doesn't work out, then we know that we have to take it out of the council discretion.
For sure. We can definitely follow up. Decision doesn't have to be made tonight outside of direction to staff to go assess the orchestra, music group, and also the sports group, figure out what might make sense there, and we can bring a recommendation back.
Yeah, and I understand and I get what Jesse's saying in terms of, like, oh, you know, you get to bring an item. It still seems like we have to collectively vote on it. And sometimes these things are large amounts, over 20,000. I don't want to belabor it, but we've got comments in the queue. So Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. I first off, thank you, City Manager Chief, for bringing this forward. I wanted to respond to a couple of the questions. I am very much in favor with how this is proposed. The reason I like the way this program or policy, however we're framing it, is structured is that it's inherently self-limiting. Mayor Pro Tem Terosis had a question around just making sure we're not handing out cash left and right in a time of fiscal distress. And by giving each council member an allocation, it really forces us to prioritize, what type of events we want to see as a council member and want to promote. Maybe some of us have an affinity for certain types of groups or organizations, and we want to prioritize that. And I think that's totally fine. That's great. That's part of the job of being an elected official. If y'all remember, I started voting against some of these 16 items where we were waiving the fees constantly because we do have, like, a sense of collegiality around these items where we always want to do something that's great for a good cause, and it was hitting our RAD budget, like, pretty drastically, and that limits the city and what it's able to do with programming. So I find that this is, like, self-limiting in a way that is very good, and it forces us to prioritize for ourselves while also giving council the ultimate oversight and direction in where we want these funds to go. So I'll be supporting the staff recommendation, and I hope everyone else does too.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ruskin?
Has anybody seconded Mayor Pro Tem Terosis' motion? If not, I will.
Why, thank you.
And I have just a quick comment. I don't want to make this too complicated, but I wonder if at some point we might want to come back and think about giving the rest of the council some sort of veto power if there's really egregious uses of these funds towards things that don't really fit our city's values. And I don't really know what that would look like, but just something to keep in mind.
We have the ability to vote against it anyway, so we vote no.
I apologize, Councilmember Raskin. There were some discussion on the dais that the way it's structured, there wouldn't be the ability for any individual council member to spend the dollars without an approval from a majority of the council initially. And so that would be, I think, the way to address that particular concern.
I guess I'll take my knife throwing event out.
Well, there you go. All right. Thanks, folks.
Okay. So it sounds like we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Terosas to, you want to clarify, move forward?
I move to approve the item with the additional direction to staff to implement a form on the front end and a report on the back end to show the legitimacy and the impact to Santa Monica of the use of these discretionary dollars. Thanks.
And seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just wanted to ask if it would be friendly to the maker of the motion and the seconder if we request staff to come back with an evaluation after a year of this to potentially reconsider if another way of allocating funds might work better. Just
sure.
Get an assessment. Okay.
I think we can pilot it for a year and decide then.
Thank you.
Works for me.
Okay, so now Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay, 11C, approval of first modification to exclusive negotiation agreement with Revitalization Partners Group, LLC, for the Civic Center Auditorium renovation, programming, and operation.
As the presentation comes online, I just want to let the council know I'll be helping to do the initial overview. We also have our terrific economic development team available as we dive into details related to the current exclusive negotiations agreement with the RPG group related to the Civic Auditorium project.
Are you presenting?
Thank you. I think to start, there's definitely a ton of thought and care that the staff has put into trying to think through what is the best way to get a plan moving forward to have a productive use be identified at the Civic moving ahead. I think to provide that context for the council, wanted to start, if we go to the first slide, with providing some background on the E&A development process that led to where we're at today. The council may recall this whole process started back in late 2023 when the council initially directed staff to identify letters of interest from those that might want to redevelop the Civic. Eventually, through that process, RPG was identified as the entity to engage in discussions with on July 23rd, 2024. RPG is a consortium of a couple different entities, Make Good Group, the Azov Company, one of their holding companies is the Oakview Group, events venue operations firm, and Live Nation. Of note, Live Nation was initially one of the respondents before they withdrew and became part of the RPG platform. I think as we've looked at how that E&A process was engaged, certainly there were some cumbersome elements to getting the E&A executed with RPG. The staff initially submitted the E&A draft to RPG on July 31st, 2024. On at least 5 occasions, we attempted at the city staff level to finalize the E&A with RPG Group. Couldn't really get to goal until finally on October 14th, 2024, RPG and the staff engaged with Coastal Commission. At that point, city received confirmation finally that RPG was working on the E&A red lines. Eventually, on October 25th, RPG submitted the red lines back to the staff, and the city then provided responses and counter provisions about a week and a half later on November 8th. Through November, on several occasions, the staff attempted to re-engage with RPG to discuss the E&A counter that we had provided on November 18th, December 5th, and again on December 10th, 2024. If we go to the next slide, we eventually were able to connect with RPG on December 13th, at which time we were informed at the staff level concept designs could be identified by the end of January 2025, with a pro forma financial overview developed by the second quarter of 2025. To facilitate that process, RPG was requesting a 9-month ENA term, which the council considered, eventually approved in late December. There's a typo there, December 17th, 2024. Ultimately, the council also provided a deadline that the ENA had to be executed by January 27th of 2025. That January 27th date came and went. RPG requested an additional extension to finalize the ENA. So the council ultimately amended the ENA deadline to February 28th, 2025. That deadline was also missed. Finally, on March 25th, the council provided a final extension to execute the ENA, which was eventually completed on April 8th, 2025. So if we go to the next slide, over the last several months between April 8th and October 8th, the ENA terms really outlined RPG's responsibility to develop a scope of work, coordinate preliminary concepts for the project, identify anticipated costs and also financing sources, establish a development proposal schedule, do community engagement, identify benefits from the project, really develop the overall concept of how this project would be envisioned and ultimately how the project could be achieved. That's typically what you do in an ENA period. You assess the viability of a potential project, the viability of a potential partner. With the ENA having expired on October 8th, it gives the City Council now time to consider over the last 6 months the performance of the partner in RPG and also an assessment of the work product to identify, is there a viable project here to pursue moving ahead? If we go to the next slide, wanted to identify for the council the work progress that RPG's performed since April 8th. There's certainly been work that has been done by the team. It's a collection of terrific entities that operate. They're in the live entertainment space. There's been some basic due diligence and some preliminary design concepts, though, that have been developed. They have presented some conceptual renderings to the city. Of note, we would want to identify for the council, we've been asked by RPG that the conceptual renderings they presented to the city remain confidential. The overall concept that RPG has developed contemplates transforming the Civic into an immersive holographic show venue where technology similar to what's used at ABBA Voyage in London has developed. In addition to updating the venue as a holographic show venue, the plan that's been illustrated for the staff includes the development of about 14,000 square feet of new retail and restaurant space over where the SWIP and our electric EV parking lot currently is located. One thing we have to note, though, is during the 6-month period, and really this goes back to mid-2024, that RPG has been engaged with the city. We haven't seen any documented financial analysis. We haven't been provided with any type of pro forma, any development plan, any operating protocols. If we go to the next slide, what RPG has shared that they've done to this point is engage 3 firms, architectural firms, Jerde, Stewfish, and Blueprint Studio, to help them assess the Civic site. Based on that engagement and that work, RPG did develop a preliminary design deck that was shown to the staff one time and shown to council members one time via a hard printed deck. The city staff weren't allowed to retain the design concepts after they were presented. They were taken back by RPG, who shared that the designs were confidential. However, RPG did release designs to the public on October 6th after telling the staff not to share details related to the plan they had shown to the city. Eventually, we were emailed a confidential design deck on October 8th, but as part of that transmission, we were asked not to share any of the details in that plan. If we go to the next slide, given that we're been asked not to share details or renderings of the slides that RPG developed, what we wanted to do was present an overall picture of what the design concept is that's been presented by RPG based on staff's notes and assessment of what we've seen. Ultimately, the plan envisions restoring the original design of the Civic, including the main lobby and exterior features. The plan also contemplates maintaining, preserving, restoring the historic elements of the Civic. The plan that we saw contemplated the parking lot where the SWIP and the surface lots are located be converted into a flexible green space that would be surrounded and enclosed by roughly 14,000 square feet of food and beverage offerings. That's a really challenging design as the staff has assessed it. Given the SWIP, you'd have to be building physical buildings on top of the SWIP. In addition, relocating the parking lot that has a long-term EV charging lease is something that could present an impediment to executing that particular component of the plan. We've also seen various numbers on the size of the Civic, anywhere between 2,800 seats to 3,300 seats, depending on which version of the plan RPG is shared with different groups. What the design also contemplates is the creation of a rooftop bar and restaurant on top of the east wing and a stage house that backs onto Pico. Finally, the parking lot that's currently located at the front of the Civic would have to be relocated in their plan onto the rear of the building on Pico, and the design doesn't contemplate any additional parking capacity for an expanded venue. If we go to the next slide, we shared this previously, but we just wanted to note for the council, since we've been engaged with RPG, we have not been provided with any financial, budgetary, operational, or implementation plans. We've relied on verbal comments that RPG has shared during our meetings related to how the proposed project may work. We've heard the highest capacity of a reformatted Civic auditorium to contain 3,300 seats. We've heard other versions where 2,800 seats was estimated. We've also been told that rough estimated ticket price for an average ticket price for accessing the venue would be somewhere around $125 per ticket. We also supplemented what we heard verbally from RPG with the staff's assessment of the site. It's a site that the city staff that is terrific, is really familiar with, in order to try to identify for council just some preliminary thoughts on viability, rough order of magnitude costs. We want to emphasize, we've heard some comments from RPG and other groups, they don't know where our numbers came from. We tried to emphasize in the report, this is an articulation of a combination of what we've heard verbally from RPG, coupled with the historical work that has been done at the city related to the site, which is extensive. We also want to indicate and let the council know in no way is our analysis intended to be a definitive assessment of whether or not the project's viable. But given that we haven't been provided anything since we've been engaged with RPG since mid-2024, we felt it was important to at least provide the council with some type of assessment. So the additional information we used in our assessment included appraisals of the Civic property. Was conducted back in 2023. We also have a rough probable construction cost estimate developed by the firm Cumming back in May of 2023 when there was a plan proposal to convert the Civic into a sports entertainment venue by the high school. So if you go to the next slide, the appraisals are available internally. There's a couple of screenshots here of what the Civic site could be worth. That assessment also identified site constraints that we used in trying to develop an estimated construction cost based on what we've heard and seen from the folks at RPG. The appraisals we conducted in 2023 indicated that the site was worth somewhere between $19.3 million and $80.7 million, depending on the site conditions. If we go to the next slide, In May of 2023, Cumming developed an initial rough order of magnitude of probable cost to convert the Civic Auditorium into a gym. That proposed cost estimate came in at a little north of $200 million back in 2023. If we go to the next slide, based on all of that detail, we developed a rough estimated cost for revitalizing the Civic based on what we've seen from RPG, an estimated cost of $360 million. Where did we come up with that? It's a rough number based on 2023 costs for turning the facility into a gym, if that was roughly $210 million. Immersive entertainment technology is expensive. I've had an experience working with Populous, an architectural firm that designed the Sphere in a prior engagement, so I have some sense of scale of what technology might cost. We estimated that to be rough order of magnitude, maybe $100 million of TI work. And then when you contemplate 14,000 square feet of new retail and commercial space located on the SWIP, very difficult site to build on. We estimated roughly $1,500 to $2,000 a foot at full build-out condition. That's higher than you might see normally, but it's a very complex site to build on top of. We estimated the venue capacity at 3,300 seats. We heard RPG represent verbally. The average ticket price was $125. We estimated ancillary per capita spend at $75 per ticket purchased for an all-in cost of $200 per ticket sold. We derived a gross revenue amount per show. We ran an analysis looking at shows that would happen 100 shows a year, 150 shows a year, 200 shows a year at varying margin rates and varying sellout capacity limits to come up with some rough financials. We also wanted to perform really internal rate of return assessment for the council. So we assumed a project life of 25 years and a discount rate of 6%. The numbers are identified here. A base case scenario of 150 shows a year, with each show selling at 85% capacity with a 20% margin, really resulted in an unlevered internal rate of return of about 3%. If you look at a net present value calculation of what $360 million invested over time at a 6% margin rate would really identify, it shows that that particular assessment, you don't really make money. A 3% unlevered internal rate of return, and really an unlevered rate of return, is an assessment of how a venue would perform, an asset would perform, not counting any mortgage debt. It ran at about 3%. The most optimistic scenario we assessed, 200 shows a year at 100% occupancy, assuming a 30% margin, had an unlevered internal rate of return of 7%. Normal industry markers of viable investment on an unlevered internal rate of return usually runs 8 to 12%. What does all of that mean if we go to the next slide? We don't think that our assessment should be taken to be anything definitive. I want to articulate that very clearly. We haven't received anything from RPG related to financial, business, pro forma details, and the analysis we've conducted was really reliant on 2023 data that we have. That's fairly extensive, actually, but 2023 data and assumptions, along with verbal details we've tried to glean in our conversations with RPG. With that being said, the analysis we performed just indicates viability is challenging. I've heard some comments that our assessment indicates a public subsidy is necessary. We were really intentional. We don't think that at all. RPG is maintained and we believe them. They're not looking for a public subsidy, but somebody will need to write a check, and the return on that investment would have to be something that isn't consistent with what you would normally see in a typical investment format at scale, considering the size of the investment here. Ultimately, if we go to the next slide, we played the video already, but RPG notified staff they wouldn't be able to be present for the meeting. Appreciate that Beth was here tonight, though, to provide some comments. They're asking for a 6-month extension of their E&A, and we've been told by RPG that in the next 6 months, they would develop a more formal project scope. They would identify cost estimates, perform a pro forma analysis, identify how they would finance the project. And as we've seen tonight, RPG has been really effective at community engagement. They've said they would continue to do that moving ahead. So if we go to the last slide, before we get to council questions, the options that we've identified for council, you could certainly approve a 6-month extension for RPG, where we'd be negotiating exclusively with RPG. A shorter 3-month E&A extension is something that's also viable. The council could also identify that we don't continue to engage exclusively with RPG, but assess other options in addition to continuing to discuss the proposal RPG's provided in a non-exclusive format. Those are the options we've identified. We hope this provides the council with some context to what's happened over the last roughly year and a half as we've been engaged with RPG in trying to find a way to really revitalize the civic site, which everyone at the staff level is massively committed to doing. With that, if the council has any questions, the entire economic development team and myself are available.
Thank you. So we're in questions. Councilmember Zwick?
2 quick questions. So thank you for your attempt to pull together that analysis without the benefit of a lot of inputs that were provided. Just to be clear, the hope at the end of this current negotiation period was that we would have been presented with these numbers or a version thereof by RPG. Is that correct?
Ultimately, what you hope to get out of an E&A period at the end is enough detail to move to developing a development agreement, disposition and development agreement. We're nowhere close to that at this point.
So the only reason we attempted this analysis is we were given nothing to go on besides the verbal elements that you drew upon.
Correct.
Okay. And there's talk of subsidy. You mentioned that you understand that there's no request for a public subsidy, and yet my question is, in the analysis that you provided that shows a difficulty clearing hurdle rates even at the most optimistic scenarios, does that include land cost?
No, that assumes a zero land cost basis where the land would be provided free of cost to RPG.
Okay. So this piece of land valued at $20 million encumbered with the current site restrictions, or up to 80 or more, unencumbered, would be given at no cost in these estimates?
Correct, under the assessment we performed.
So that, in a sense, is a subsidy compared to, if they were to have to do this project as a market project?
Correct.
Okay.
That would be accurate.
So even with that public subsidy, you're having trouble seeing how it might pencil?
As part of our analysis, we didn't assume any land costs. And so, yes, that would be an accurate way to describe that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
We can't hear you.
Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Chi, can you flip back to the slide that had the financial analysis on it, please? And just very simply, can you just explain what some of these terms mean? Discount rate, unlevered IRR, and net present value?
For sure. So an unlevered internal rate of return really is trying to identify the financial performance of an asset without considering any debt accumulated into the asset. It's an effective way of just trying to identify an apples-to-apples comparison of where you might invest money into an actual project. Typically, you need to see an unlevered internal rate of return of somewhere between 8 to 12% for this to be considered a good investment. In none of the scenarios we assessed did it hit that mark. When you think of a net present value calculation, discounted at 6%, what does that mean? It really means if you're investing, in this instance, we assumed $360 million to bring the entire project to life. That means over the course of your project life, 25 years is the horizon we looked at. If you discounted all of the future cash flows back to what the value of your money is today, assuming a 6% discount rate moving forward, does the project make money over the life of that 25 years? And in our scenario, we showed in every instance it didn't hit a net present value calculation that was positive, meaning that it would take longer than 25 years to make your money back, meaning that in a traditional business sense, it might not be an investment that you would make. Again, we'll note this was all assumptions that we made. I think they're educated guesses made by the staff based on the history that we have with this project. The city's been trying to find a way. I believe we've had 3 different runs over the last couple of years and trying to find a way to bring the Civic back to life. So the staff is actually really, really well versed in the intricacies and complexities of bringing it to life. So I don't think our numbers are accurate, but I think they provide a valid perspective of scale for the council to consider.
Thank you. And because we never received any financial plans, like we had to make those assumptions for that, right?
Correct. The verbal representation, we tried to give the venue and the proposal that we've heard from RPG every benefit. We heard 3,300 seats. We've heard 2,800 seats. We assumed a higher seat count. We heard an average ticket price of $125. Again, these are assumptions. I wouldn't take any of this as gospel. And certainly RPG has articulated a plan that involves more than just ticket sales, that there'd be other events that are produced. I think one of the challenges of a live entertainment venue in this region, I think there's a lot of love, and there certainly may be an investor out there that might be willing to write a big check, not expecting returns that you would normally see. But one of the challenges we identified in some of the thinking RPGs presented is there are a lot of live entertainment arena venues in this region. It makes competition really hard. And at the Palladium, the Wiltern, the Roxy, the Shrine, the YouTube Theater, Intuit, the Forum is coming back alive. There's a lot of competition for talent into a venue. I think that's why RPGs tried to distinguish the project with this holographic immersive element to form a baseline of revenue assumption. But we just don't know what the other components of the business plan look like, so we didn't calculate any other revenues in outside of ticket revenue, and then ancillary spend per person on food, beverage, and merch.
Got it. Thank you. Before tonight, has staff met with anyone other than Mr. Tim Sexton? Anyone from any of the financial backers or with Live Nation?
No. We met with Tim Sexton, and I think one other individual was in the meeting. But I'm looking at Nia, who might help us be able to recall that individual's name.
Yes, we met with Doug Champion with Oakview Group.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if tonight we were to end the ENA, what freedom does that give us as far as seeking a competitive process via RFP?
I think if the ENA weren't extended, the ENA expired October 8th. I think what I want to make sure the council's aware, it doesn't end our discussions with RPG. If they think there's something viable, we would continue to engage in discussions and dialogue on a viable project. Without the ENA, though, what that would allow the staff and the city council to do is identify a range of other options that might be viable today. We're roughly a year and a half into exclusive negotiations only with the RPG group. Are there other, potential uses that could repopulate the Civic? I think that is viable. I think that opportunity exists. It could be, though, that RPG will come back in 6 months with a viable plan. So I think that's ultimately the question we're asking the council. Do you want us to negotiate with RPG exclusively, or is there a broader world of uses that we might want to assess at this moment?
Would it be fair to say that if we open this up to a competitive process, this might actually kick RPG into gear to moving way closer to an actual development proposal?
If it were reopened, I wouldn't want to speculate or speak on RPG's behalf, but,
Sorry, can we just...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we put the council back on the screen? Thank you. I wouldn't want to speak for RPG, but certainly if there's, sort of more competition, that usually begets better results. So I think it's viable as an option for the council to consider.
Got it. Thank you. And last question, and I'm asking this because I know you've said you have experience developing venues like this from your previous roles. If folks really want to save the Civic, in your professional opinion, do you believe this is the group to do it?
I think this is a group that has all of the capability to do it. Whether to this point, I think what we've been trying to illustrate is that the last year and a half, the interface has been cumbersome. And at this point, the history is the history. We try to present a transparent, honest representation of what that relationship and that work plan has been like. It's been cumbersome and in some respects challenging, given that we haven't gotten a lot of feedback or information. Not to say that couldn't change. The principles at RPG, despite some of the current circumstances that they're all dealing with externally, they're groups that are leaders in live entertainment. But to this point, I haven't seen enough to identify that this is real and viable. Not to say that it couldn't be done, but to this point, the history, I think, demonstrates an uneven partnership.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Roskin.
Yeah, just one question, just to make sure we're all on the same page here. If we were to extend the ENA, that wouldn't preclude the city from doing further due diligence, right? It would just limit the extent to which the city can engage other negotiating partners?
The ENA would extension, correct. We can assess anything through the lens of what RPG is proposing. We wouldn't be able to explore anything beyond that, though.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas.
Okay. There was an allusion today in some of the public comments and also in the video that this project would be revenue generating and provide economic opportunity for the city. Have you seen anything that would demonstrate any revenue generated from this project?
In the very preliminary models we assess, typically when you're looking at a live entertainment venue, there's a per ticket fee, there's a maintenance fee, there's some additional assessment where revenue comes back to the owner of the actual venue, not just the operator. We didn't model any of that into the plan or proposal. Again, we don't have any operating plan to model that based off of, but it would be very typical to see a ticket fee, a portion of which would come back to, again, the owner of the venue. That would be the city in this case. But again, without including that additional cost, the project didn't appear to meet sort of normal underwriting standards. So hard to say, not knowing what the exact business plan is from RPG, other than to say at this moment, we didn't see anything outside of, there'd be sales tax, there'd be general economic activity, but we haven't assessed direct payment to the city in any of the scenarios we looked at.
And is the modeling that you showed us based off of the city requesting revenue from the ground lease, or would this be for giving some sort of exclusive site control with a $1 a year ground lease?
In our discussions with RPG, what they verbally articulated to us is this only works in their mind if it's $1 a year ground lease.
Got it. And you referenced in the staff report a range of the value of the site should we not proceed with this. Can you remind us why or what you thought the site was valued at?
The most recent valuation we haven't updated it, was from 2023. We did an appraisal of the venue and the site with all of the existing features contained on the site. That would be the soccer field and the civic building. The property was valued at a little north of $19 million in that scenario at that time in 2023.
And you referenced a higher number. What was that?
The $80 million number referenced is the value of the site without constraints. I'm going to look to Nia. I forget exactly. I think it contemplates the building not being there. just land value.
So you're basically stating that having the Civic on the land makes the land less valuable.
Yes.
Why is that?
Given the condition of the building and the challenges of utilizing the building into a revenue-generating use, it serves as a constraint to the underlying land residual. The reality is, internally, we've identified every piece of property we have. Some of it will, be highest and best use based on land residual. Some of it will be mission-driven, and so ultimately, that would be direction from the council that we would seek. How should we assess the site moving ahead?
And how much money do we need to generate to close the hole in our current general fund overage?
So there's a couple of different components to the city's operating budget that we're working through. We'll present a more detailed plan here in a couple of weeks. But at scale right now, we have two issues that we're running into from a financial perspective. One is an operating budget issue. The current operating budget projection is we're running a general fund operating deficit of somewhere around $20 to $25 million a year. We'll present refined numbers in a couple of weeks. We also have a cash issue. That cash issue is that right now at this moment, we have $150 million of cash, of which $60 million has been set aside by the city council to fund operations over the next couple of years. That's a position where it's still a lot of money that we have on a cash basis, but Santa Monica is used to having $300 to $400 million in cash on hand at any given point in time. And so that creates some concern and distress. The overarching plan that we're bringing back in a couple of weeks identifies how do we make investments now using the money that the city council has set aside to bolster the budget so that we can spur clean and safe community that will drive economic growth, but also identifies in 24 months, how are we going to balance the operating budget to give everyone comfort, making investments now makes sense. That plan is getting refined and will be brought back again here on the 28th for consideration.
Okay, and has RPG given staff any indication of how much they plan to apply for in historic tax credits?
Historic tax credits, for state tax credits, it's about 25%. For federal tax credits, it's about 25%. They've gone through the SHPO process to get SHPO buy-in. But again, they need to apply for it. It's competitive. They've not started that process yet.
Got it. And Oliver, how many cities have you been a city manager in?
This is the 5th city that I've served as city manager in.
So is it fair to say that you've been in an ENA process before?
I've been in multiple ENA processes before.
Have you ever seen an ENA process where after, well, let's just be generous and say 6 months, you have not had any indication of how the project's going to be financed?
I've seen ENA processes where after 6 months, there's not a lot there. At that point, there's a determination made. Is this a viable project for the partner that we've entered into exclusive negotiations with? So the short answer is yes. Typically at this point, then it becomes a question for the council. Does it make sense to continue in assessing this partnership and this project exclusively, or are there other options that we should be looking at to get to the council's ultimate goals and objectives?
Right, and I think we've stated multiple times our ultimate goals and objectives are to have potentially a performance venue. But if we were to do, so you getting to your kind of recommendations here, if we were to do one of the options that would allow us to do parallel tracks, how would that work?
Parallel tracks of working with RPG and assessing other options would involve not extending an exclusive period of negotiation with RPG, but instead would really identify direction from the council on, would you like us to continue discussions with RPG, concurrent with assessing other options? That would be the alternative to exclusively engaging with RPG for a period of time moving ahead.
And could you put out some sort of RFI or RFP to the community to say, we want a performance venue here, we're willing to provide some level of subsidy, what can you do here, and what would the benefits be to the community?
If the council decided not to continue in an exclusive arrangement, I think we'd have to mature a strategy, but what the recommendation from the staff and myself would likely be is give us, a month or two to do a deep dive into what are possible uses in the building and mature a business plan around an exploration of what would be viable, what would that look like, and then from there you can narrow it down to a smaller world of potential operators that you would engage once we've done a feasibility analysis of what might be viable. There are ways to do that assessment that I'm confident that the economic development team could help us work through. That would be an option concurrent with continuing discussions with RBG to understand what is the ultimate pathway to getting to realizing and actualizing the concept plans that they've presented. That would likely be our recommendation, again, thinking about it at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to lead us into comments and just say that, well, for one, I think a few things. One, I heard this being relatable to sort of filling the gap in what we're losing in our general fund. And I don't know that was ever like the premise of revitalizing the Civic. I think it's a community space that people have longed for the opportunity to come back to build community. We work a lot around housing and, offering land up for housing projects. And so I'll just say that I don't know that this was ever designed as it's been sitting there doing nothing this entire time. So the idea that we're in a rush and we're getting down to the nitty gritty of the dollars that it can or won't make, or whether or not it's a dollar lease. If something can be produced there, and it obviously we want it to be economically viable, but we also are trying to create a space, and that economic viability also reverberates into the community and might not solely live on that space to begin with. So with that in mind, and the fact that these types of venues and the way venues are being seen now, I just will comment that being in this business, the smaller intimate venues are popular. I don't think we're competing with, my daughter's actually coming home from a concert right now in Englewood. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're competing with those spaces. I think we have an opportunity to do something new and innovative in that in between the concert venues and potentially people doing residencies here, which LA-based artists are really into. There's these other uses. I understand that this has taken a while, and maybe I'm the only one who's sort of seeing it this way. I don't know. It felt like there was a lot of community involvement, and this is like the heart and soul of the city. And so there was a big push for what is this going to look like? And so that was the lead, I feel, because that was the community behind it. And the numbers part was secondary. And so for us, as we're looking about it as to, can we deliver this project that the community wants, we need to see the numbers. And so I just want us to pause and take a moment to think about that. I hear what everybody's saying. I also hear that they've put $1 million into it. And I hope I'm not exposing anything personal by just also mentioning that a couple of the main folks lost their homes during the Palisades fire. And I know that was a big disruptor of the timeline. So the other stuff about it not being able to be built on the land, I don't know. I don't know about that piece of it. I trust that the groups that are involved can produce something that's viable given their history. But I do see that there's a need to find out, can we do this so we're not dragging the community on? But I will just say that I do support a version of allowing exclusivity to this moving forward. We've seen kind of a general idea. It doesn't have to be this exact idea of what could be there. And hopefully we can just get some financial numbers to see if it's more viable. Councilmember Zernitskaya, and I'm sorry, I just want to say, Clerk, we keep seeing you in the queue. I don't know, did you have a comment? No. Oh, okay, is that why you're doing that? Okay, because I'm making sure I watch their hands, but Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Sorry, I was a little bit late on questions. I just had a couple to make sure I'm understanding the timeline and everything. when did RPG begin having physical access to the Civic and to material information related to the Civic Center that they would need to perform due diligence on the feasibility of revitalization?
I'm happy to say that we have given them complete access. We've been very flexible, even before the ENA period, the commencement of the ENA period.
So would it be accurate to say that they've had access to the physical access and access to material information since approximately July of last year?
100%.
Okay, thank you. And then they also stated, so they submitted a letter in response to the staff report that's in our public comment that stated that they believe many of the findings in the report were inaccurate. And in an article in the Santa Monica Daily Press, there was a quote from Tim Sexton that said, quote, "We never saw their math. They never asked us about the math. They never asked us to opine in any way about it, and it's bad math. Our team are the world experts in live entertainment, and we know the economics of this stuff better than anybody." Did they provide any figures or data to refute the assessments that were provided in the staff report?
No, not yet.
Okay. And the letter from RPG also stated that in the last 6 months, the group has spent, quote, "close to $1 million in countless man hours studying the feasibility of revitalizing the Civic." Did they provide any insight into what those funds were actually spent on?
No, we've not received a line item budget or any detail on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the clarifications.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have always been pro getting a major concert venue either renovated or built in this city. And as a regular concert goer myself, like a public speaker said, it really sucks to have to go to Hollywood or downtown LA or East LA. We absolutely should have an amazing concert venue. I think I said this in the last time we talked about this in public comment. You know, I sat with Mayor Pro Tem Terosas at the top row of the Civic on the inside and thought, damn, this could be a really cool place if we can find someone to pull it off. You know, I met with Nina and Caitlin and Mario of the Conservancy. My doubts center around whether this is the partner to do it. My doubts are because it has been several extensions and several deadlines missed. One's accounting for the personal circumstances that several of the principals went through. Terrible as they are, as those circumstances are, and I'm deeply sorry and feel awful that happened. You know, we're trying to run a city here, and we can't make fiscal decisions that deeply affect our budget and our city based off of the personal circumstances of a couple of folks. I find that to be the wrong choice. You know, we still have not been shown any actual plans beyond these nice renderings. I asked staff to run a net present value analysis with some reasonable assumptions, and we saw that in the staff report. Even the most optimistic case remains $25 million underwater. So I'm just really concerned that while this building sits vacant and unhoused people use it, the awnings for shelter, you know, I'm just concerned that we are wasting our time here with a group who either hasn't run the numbers or doesn't want to run the numbers because they know it's not going to work. And I would tell the representative from the Azov group, like, if you had come here tonight with a pro forma, I would be voting to grant you an extension, but you didn't. And we've been asking for one for over a year. And I feel like that has been a good year spent to explore this with RPG Group, but I'm ready to move on. I actually want to do something with this site, and I want there to be an amazing concert venue there that, you know, does our city proud.
I see you, Councilmember Ruskin, but I have Councilmember Zwick just right before you. Councilmember Zwick.
Yeah, I know that a portion of this community is very attached to the physical revitalization of this building, and I understand that why RPG maybe felt that they wanted to do a lot of renderings and site visioning as a way of maybe speaking to that portion of the community. But I can only speak to what I, and I believe others on council, have been asking our counterparts for throughout this process. And the one thing that I've said from the beginning is that I don't care what the use is. It could be concerts, conventions, hotels, housing, ideally all of the above. I just want to see proof of something that's feasible, something that after multiple separate false starts over a decade can take this blight that has sat there for 12 years in the heart of our city and enliven it and create a space that is vital at the heart of our city. And since then, during the course of the CNA, I've been told, the secret was residencies like Vegas. And then I was told, no, it was actually about taking bands that played here in the 70s and turning them into holograms. And that, I've been assured repeatedly and under no uncertain terms that the soccer field would stay and the parking would be replaced and the building would maintain its historic integrity. I've been told you won't have to give us $1, even though, of course, we would be handing over a large public subsidy in the form of free land. I've been asked for, more time at every juncture. I've now been a nearly 2-year process just to do basic things like sign an ENA or put together a basic pro forma. I've been told that the only way to, plan possibly pencils is to find a very wealthy person who would pay a large portion of the restoration in exchange for naming rights. I've been told by other supposed key partners that they hadn't heard of this project. I've been told, as I was tonight, that we're in this because we care deeply about the building and its history. And I think that's part of the actual issue, is that emotion is sort of getting in the way of clear thinking and hard numbers. What I haven't seen is any of those numbers backed up by data about how any of this is possible. I mean, that's not totally true. There's one number that I did see in a presentation before and tonight, which was $2 billion. It was in really big, bright colored font, I think meant to emphasize how big that was. But I just, without, from the very beginning, I've just simply asked that we analyze the highest and best use of the space and make a decision that best serves our needs as a city in this century, not the last one. And I'm not convinced this ENA will get us there, not because I trust every aspect of staff's analysis to be definitive, but because RPG hasn't provided one piece of data to show otherwise. Because I have no confidence in how our counterparts have conducted themselves so far with excuses and extensions and little in the way of plans. And finally, because from the very beginning, this LOI process predetermined only one possible outcome for the site, thereby, by definition, limiting the possible returns we might realize for the community. And as I've said from the beginning, I do not know what the best use for this civic site is. And it could well be a restored civic. But I know we'll never get there until we reject this request for yet another extension and step back and allow our city to perform the much-needed analysis of all the possible uses for this space, both encumbered and unencumbered by its current uses and restrictions. If a revitalized civic is the best, most viable option for our city and its future success, then I will happily vote for that. But only by initiating a truly unbiased and competitive process could we feel any confidence that we are actually doing right by our city. And that's why I will be voting to not renew this process.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, so I want to say two things right off the bat. And first, maybe I'm speaking for myself here, but hopefully I'm speaking for my colleagues as well when I say that I think we'd like to see the the plan that we've seen so far work. We'd like to be able to see this succeed, and we'd like to be able to see this revitalize the Civic into something that can thrive and generate revenue for the city and work and make sense financially. We heard one of the representatives say earlier, they wouldn't be here if this didn't make sense financially. So, I also want to say preliminarily that we do have a duty to our city to be prepared for contingencies and to be prepared for an outcome in which the current proposal doesn't work. We've got to do our due diligence to make sure that makes sense. But that's going to take some time. It's going to take some homework. It's going to take, I think at the very least 3 months on our back end to do our due diligence and prepare new RFQs, RFPs to start off that process. That's not so simple. And I've also been involved in a lot of ENAs through both public sector and private sector representations. And in multi-party ventures like this, it does take a lot of time to do your homework and to make sure that it makes sense for all of the parties involved. So I am prepared to extend the ENA period. I mean, I think we've got to do our work on our end to make sure it makes sense. But I don't want it to get lost in all of this conversation that there's not an enthusiasm for the work that's been done so far by Tim and others to make this work. And I really hope it does. I really hope that it can make sense. But we're we don't have endless time as a city, and we've got to do good by our citizens to make sure that we're making good use of our public resources. So whether it's a 3-month extension, a 6-month extension, I'm a little ambivalent, but I think we've got to give this a little bit more time.
Councilmember, are you making a motion or no?
Well, I kind of want to hear where everyone's landing so far. I mean, if I'm in the minority here, it might not make sense.
Councilmember Snow?
Just quickly, we've heard from everyone. I mean, I get a sense from council, and it's my feeling also, just very frustrated that we haven't been able to really look at the financial aspects of this project. It sounds exciting, and I too would love to see the Civic Center back to its form in some way. I mean, a concert venue would be incredibly supportive for our community. I mean, it's been closed since 2013. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in between that period of time, between 2013 and now, have there been any other projects that have come before us? I think there's been 2 at this point in time during that period of time.
Yes. As City Manager Chi had mentioned, this is our 3rd attempt.
And if I understand correctly, those particular projects also were from a financial standpoint did not appear feasible at that time?
The first try had redevelopment monies infused in the project, and I think at the time the redevelopment agency had allocated between 50 to 75 million. But with the end of redevelopment across California, that project died. Nederlander walked away. The second try was with Oakview Group, and we didn't even get to an ENA.
Yeah, I want to see a good project, and so, but my thoughts also, I know that the community is passionate about it. I also know this particular RPG has also been diligent with it. So I'd like to make a motion that we extend this agreement for 3 months to see whether or not we can get some financial numbers with respect to this project. It gives them the ability to continue on it. And then it also allows us at the beginning of the year to, if that's not the case, to be able to go in a different direction with the project. So I'd like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation to give them another 3 months for this particular project.
I'll second that. Mayor Pro Tem Terusas?
Yeah, I'm going to make a substitute motion, but first I want to make some comments. So I would just say, no one wants to see a concert venue at the Civic. I think more than everyone, well, I'll speak for myself. I would love to see it. I too love going to live music. I'm very, very excited about the opportunity here. But I also have to say that I've, in my job doing economic development, I've seen these projects countless times, and I've engaged in an ENA process countless times, and never once, as opposed to City Manager Chi, I'll just say in my experience, which is coloring this, I've never seen over a year of discussion and not a single option of how the project's going to get financed. Like, to me, you back end the design into what's financeable, and we all love what we saw. No one is discounting the beautiful designs and concepts that were shown to all of us that were confidential that we weren't allowed to take with us, which was another issue. But to me, this is just atypical for any project that I've ever encountered, which is why this is so challenging. We haven't talked about the total project cost. We haven't talked about the development timeline. We haven't talked about the entitlement path. We haven't talked about how it's going to be financed. So we're being sold on this big, beautiful vision that everyone's super excited about. And because we have these really great names attached to this, we're all being told, just believe us, it's going to work out. But at least Jesse, Lana, and I, who have been here for quite some time, have been told that now for close to 2 years on this project. And I haven't seen us move the ball to the goal. At least I will say I recall in 2022 that we were told that this project potentially could be a source of relief in some of the litigation liabilities that we have. It's always been something that needs to, in my opinion, cash flow positively for the city to be able to generate some finances. And I see people shaking their heads back there, and I see that. But I will say that economic activity in the downtown core is very important as well. This has to be part of a bigger strategy. We don't even know what type of, other than holograms, performances are going to be going in here. I would say, going back to the slide where we talked about what needed to happen during the ENA, we needed to have a scope of work. We needed to coordinate preliminary architectural concepts. We needed to identify total anticipated development costs and financing sources. We need to establish a proposed development schedule, identify community benefits from the project. The only thing that I see has happened here of all the things that needed to happen during the ENA period is that we've engaged the community to come out and put pressure on us to say, yes, please approve this because we all feel really excited about it. And yes, of course, we all feel excited about it, but we have some fiduciary responsibility here, and we can't just continue to give the exclusive negotiating rights to one team unchecked with no competition. That distresses me. I will say we've had, ENA, while I've been on this council, we've been in ENAs with affordable housing developers that have been canceled for much less than this. And so we are giving this team, because they're allegedly exceptional, a lot of free passes here. I also think that, I will speak for myself. I met with Tim Sexton, the only person who I've ever met with from this development team, even though allegedly there are a lot of people behind it. The only person that has spoken to us, which again gives me pause just in my comparable experience on other projects. And I was very explicit 6 months ago. I said, we're giving you this chance, but we absolutely, I was in no uncertain terms, we absolutely need to see what the plan is. We need to see something incredible, and we need to see how it's going to work, what the finances are going to look like. And I'm holding you to my word. We're not here to just continue kicking the can down the road, because we have a Rand building that's potentially going to be sold. We have a downtown core that we need to activate, and we need to get going on this. And I was very clear about what I was expecting to see, and none of it materialized. And so I feel like, everyone here is not going to be happy that I'm saying this, but it is our obligation to the community that we have to allow some competition on this to see what is actually viable. And so with that being said, I'm going to make a substitute motion. And so, sorry, I'm just going to the staff report here. I would decline to extend the ENA. I would move that we decline to extend the ENA and provide staff with the direction to explore a competitive process for how we would effectuate performing arts and other revenue-generating options here. And if no one wants to second it, that's fine.
I would second it, but would ask that we explore both encumbered and unencumbered on the site.
For the whole community, can you just say that plainly, Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, so I think the motion would be to decline to extend the ENA, and that we submit or we send out a request for proposals, and that we explore what is possible with the current site constraints and with no site constraints.
Meaning if there was no civic on the site. Is that what you mean?
So the civic site is a whole parcel of land that currently has the civic auditorium. It currently has a parking lot on the SWIP. It has a piece of public art. It has a soccer field, and it has the Early Childhood Education Center. And I think it's important for us to do our due diligence, not saying that I want to see any of those things gone, but we need to have a full understanding of what the options are here so that we can make an informed choice.
I don't know that I'm understanding that totally, but I think that what we can do is potentially do a two-track path. But City Manager, tell me if that's accurate. Is there a world where we can do a request for information or something similar? I don't know what process the city uses. So not a full-blown RFP, like a quick process where we would ask for like a response to this request for information on what someone could do, a quick turnaround time, quick-ish, with the core use being a performing arts venue, with other revenue-generating options, and concurrently, while we're asking for that information, which does not bind us to anything, but we are testing the market to see what's available. You can concurrently be going to our economic development consultants to figure out like a present-day value of the site and what all the options are. Is that possible?
Yes.
Legally, is that possible?
I think what Councilmember Hall is asking though is that you look at this site in its entirety and you look at it both the way it is with all its structures and things like soccer fields and whatever on it, and you also look at it untethered to those physical elements as an entire site that could be completely redeveloped. Is that correct, Councilmember Hall?
Like for example, we could move Chain Reaction to a different site. We could lift the soccer fields and put a parking garage under it, so we have parking on site. There's any number of things that we could do on the site.
So if you're studying it, yes, you may study it. That we would probably bring back information on the regulatory processes that you would need to go through in order to do some of those changes as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I know Oliver had regurgitated the history, but we did go through exactly what you've described, which was a short RFI process. It was fairly open-ended, and this was like 2 years ago. So basically, we're coming full circle. But we did not offer the sports field.
And in your, just so we understand what's being proposed, are you, in your proposal originally, are you saying, when you say any other revenue generating, is that housing? Is that, like, can you give examples so we're clear on what we're voting on?
Well, I think that we don't want to I think too often local governments like artificially constrain these things so you don't truly get like the full range of options. So I'm saying we hear the community, we want a proposal for a concert venue. But just as we've seen already, it's more than just this one site. Like there is this parking lot next to, like not the sports field, but the parking lot as part of the site. Like, are there other opportunities to develop on that? Like we could do a concert venue and a hotel. I mean, like what are the other things that you need to package with the concert venue to get this to cash flow positively? So I don't want to artificially constrain and say because I don't know what other uses would go in this entertainment zone, or that's not the right word, but in this entertainment area in addition to the concert venue. I don't know if this is legal that we can say like do a quick RFI, come back with options. It sounds like Councilmember Zwick had like
two people in the queue, yeah, and then I see Councilmember Raskin too. Councilmember Zwick.
City Manager Chi, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that it's not necessarily a matter of redoing a process that we did before, but rather actually looking holistically at this without even necessarily having to do any initial RFP or RFI or RFQ, but rather actually just hiring, whether it be internally or externally, consultants to analyze the highest and best use of this land under various scenarios, and then using that information to then perhaps later test the marketplace, but that we don't have to necessarily go through an elaborate additional public process to just gain that basic information about what the site's different highest and best uses could be. Is that correct?
Ultimately, the more constraints you put into any formal request process that's super open-ended without some preliminary analysis done by the city or the landowner, you don't actually get really viable responses if there isn't some pre-development work that's done by the owner of the property.
So what we're talking about now is not necessarily just going back to the drawing board and tossing it out there again, but actually doing that analytic work in-house to develop what would be the best options potentially to pursue.
And there are a range of options of adaptively reusing a historic building. There was a proposal to turn it into a gym. Is that viable? There's a entertainment concert venue option. Is there something that isn't quite as sophisticated that could work on a different scale?
Right.
What would that take? Who would an operator be? There's a variety of different ways to assess how a building could be reused, and there are terrific groups that we can engage to perform that preliminary review fairly quickly to get an order of magnitude option of what's possible. Based on that, then the council can identify, hey, what makes the most sense to pursue then moving forward. That would eventually result in an RFI or an RFP.
The initial step would be this.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. And my understanding when I previously asked for that form of analysis is I was told that in the context or the constraint of this current ENA, that it would be difficult to do that work on a parallel track without ending the ENA. Is that correct?
We couldn't do that type of work.
Correct.
With the ENA.
Right. So the city can't engage in its basic due diligence without ending the ENA.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. I just had two quick comments for us to consider as we take the vote. So the first one is maybe a rhetorical question. If we were to continue the ENA and RPG was ultimately able to deliver on revitalizing the Civic Center, that would mean that the city and RPG would be partners on this project for multiple decades. So based on our experience working with them since last July, do we believe that they would be good partners to the city for multiple decades? So whatever your answer is, that's just to consider it. And the other piece, we've been talking a lot about due diligence. My day job is literally due diligence. And there's a saying that we have, trust but verify. And I do trust that RPG has the best intentions to deliver, but have we been able to verify that they can deliver on those intentions? And so that's just to consider. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor from Councilmember Snell, seconded by myself, to extend the ENA 3 months. No, I'm sorry, Councilmember Raskin?
So, fundamentally, I agree with the comments that Mayor Pro Tem Trosis and others have said, that we have an obligation as fiduciaries of the city resources to make sure that we're looking at all options, making the highest and best use of our property. From my personal perspective, I'd like to see something that appropriately respects the historic resources of the site while considering the needs of the city. And I'd be curious to see where the RFI process were to go now, given the economic changes that have happened over the last 2 years. But look, folks, here's the bottom line. If you got a multi-party organization like RPG, it takes time to do this work. And it's not surprising at all that it has taken this time, given the stakeholders involved. And I really urge you folks to reconsider, just give them another 3 months. It's not going to materially slow down our process to do our homework, prepare the RFI or whatever else we can do within the context of the ENA. Y'all get what I'm saying here. Let's give this a little more time.
All right, it's getting late. Okay, Councilmember Snell.
I just want to say I also agree with Pro Tem Trosis.
Oh, your mic's not on.
I also agree with. I also agree with.
It's off.
touch it once. No.
We need to work up here on this, okay? No, but I also agree with what Carolyn has said. But I think 3 months allows the RPG to know that we are serious about seeing some financial aspects with respect to this. And it does take time. And I'm not doing this from a passionate standpoint, but I'm doing it from a very ethical standpoint where that if we give them 3 months, we can be here in January with the comments that we heard from other council members to begin a process. And I feel that we've given them enough time to do it. So that's why I made the motion. And I just think they need more time.
I agree. Okay. There's a motion and there's a substitute. I just want to make sure we're not talking into 2 a.m. Councilmember Zwick.
I've heard the sentiment expressed tonight and also in public comment. It's been 12 years. What's another 3 months? And I guess my only rejoinder is that that's what we've said for 12 years. And that's how we got to this point.
Well, let's vote. We can all express our end result with a vote. So I just need to clarify the substitute motion because that's what gets voted on first. Because I know Councilmember Hall and Mayor Pro Tem, it sounds like you might be proposing something different.
No, I think we're aligned. Mayor Pro Tem, keep me honest here, but the substitute motion would be the third staff recommendation or the third staff option to decline to extend the ENA to provide staff with direction to explore alternative options for the civic site with direction to assess the following, the highest and best use for the civic site while considering current constraints and assess highest and best use for the civic site without any constraints.
Right, because what you're saying is that we can't issue any sort of RFI until we do that. Yeah, okay.
So that's the substitute motion. So everyone is clear on that?
And sorry, Mayor, to clarify, that does not preclude us from continuing to potentially communicate and work with RPG to.
Unless your direction is otherwise.
No, I don't think it does. I mean, if they were to show up in 2 weeks from now with a pro forma that made sense, like let's LFG, 100%. Like sorry, like I want it more than anyone. Like let's 100%. See it.
Okay, so the substitute motion goes first, made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Hall, which is to both decline the ENA and go for highest and best use, tethered and untethered with its current properties that are on it.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
No. So that motion passes to not move forward with the ENA. However, RPG can still continue where they're at and come forward while the city goes out to look at other options. And we won't be voting on the original motion because that one passed. So now we go to 11D.
11D.
Sorry, guys. Thank you.
11D, acceptance of agreement imposing restrictions on real property for the parcel located at 2640 30th Street, and second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the official districting map for a portion of the parcel located at 2644 30th Street.
Are we getting like a staff report or is this just a second reading? I'm not sure what's
right. So as the staff report is stated, this is bringing back to you the item in form of a second read, and then also the acceptance of the covenant that was represented to be voluntarily offered by the property owner. For 10 years, no redevelopment at all of the parking lot site that is zoned R1 that is not being rezoned, and no housing development And that's a form of absolutely no applications being filed or redevelopment of the site. So the site the portion of the parcel that is being, that was being rezoned to NC, that would be no housing, and the remainder of the parcel that is not being rezoned, that would remain R1, no redevelopment of that site.
And just to be clear, we're doing the covenant first and then the second reading?
Yes, you could take them all as one motion if you would like, but the order is the CEQA, your CEQA statement, the covenant, and then the second reading.
Okay. Anything you have to add? No. Councilmember Zwick?
I'll defer if there's questions. I was going to make a motion, though.
Councilmember Hall-Raskin, no questions?
All right, well, then I'll just...
Sorry, I was just asking before I have a question. Or do you have a question?
No, please.
Okay. So I just want to confirm, because there's concern about the covenant. I don't know if it's, Jane, it's more appropriate. The purpose of having the covenant, and I know you just explained it in, it was actually pretty clear language. Usually it's like, that the parking lot is going to maintain its, can you just break that down? The parking lot is going to maintain its R1 zoning?
Yes,
legal
yes, exactly. The R1 zoning on the parking lot is not being changed.
So what could happen in the parking lot in 10 years? Is this covenant apply to the parking lot, or is the parking lot completely separate?
The covenant applies to the parking lot, and it says that no redevelopment of the parking lot will occur for the next 10 years.
What could happen after 10 years?
After 10 years is, at that point, we're into a new general plan update, 7 cycles, so we can revisit this issue holistically, as part of that update.
And then for the rest of the building?
The rest of the building.
Same
yes,
applies?
So where the office building is, that's the portion, that small portion that was rezoned to the NC. And the covenant says that particular portion that was rezoned to NC, that will not be redeveloped for a housing project using those NC standards for 10 years.
So what could it be redeveloped into?
After 10 years, it could be, but again, it's an opportunity to revisit this whole issue. That was really part of the genesis of the 10-year timeframe.
And within the 10 years, it has to maintain the existing structure that it is?
Yes, exactly.
But it's redefined what could be used in terms of the lease?
Exactly, yeah. So the building would remain, and it would open up the possibility of other, the uses that are allowed in the NC zone.
So the covenant is ultimately protecting what it looks like physically and the uses of it from a physical standpoint currently for both the parking lot and that, but after 10 years, we would be revisiting all of this.
The notion was to provide assurance to address community concerns that the purpose of this was to facilitate redevelopment, and it was to memorialize the verbal statements that the property owner had made on the record about what they were attempting to do here.
Okay, Councilmember Snell.
I just want to add to it, the 10-year period was because we'll have an ability to go back through loose within that period of time to have some discussion with respect to these kind of situations.
Certainly, yeah.
Okay. Is that any other questions, comments? Councilmember Zwick, did you have a comment? No. All right, there's nobody in the queue. Oh, Councilmember Raskin?
Yeah, I have voted against the reasoning last time because I thought from a policy perspective it made sense to do this as part of a broader program, and so I don't know what our zoning is going to look like in 10 years. I think the world's going to be a very different place by then, but so bottom line, I'd appreciate it if we could break this out into motions that treat the rezoning differently than everything else, so I can lodge no vote, or I can just vote no against the whole thing if you want, and we can just move forward that way. We don't need to belabor this.
So you mean taking out the recommendations? I mean, ultimately, your vote will. The meat of your vote is going to be on the main part, so I think we can take it all together, unless we need to break it out. Okay, so are we breaking out the covenant? Am I calling a motion to adopt the finding and acceptance of the attached agreement imposing restrictions on real property, like option 141 first? Okay, which is the covenant for the parcel located at 2644 30th Street, which is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California of CEQA and pursuant to, okay, you guys can read all that. So we're going to vote. Are we breaking this out then? Voting, do I have to vote on that first?
If council would
Just
like
do it all
to.
as one. And
Do you want to make the motion, Ellis?
well, not really. I'm going to vote against it.
Okay. Does someone want to make it? Oh, Councilmember Zwick.
I move that we adopt a finding of categorical exemption for CEQA, that we accept the 10-year covenant proposed by the property owner, and that we pass this ordinance on second reading.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion moved by Councilmember Zwick, seconded by Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Mayor Negrete.
No.
And that was a no.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I laughed over the vote. Okay, but motion still passes. Okay.
No. Unfortunately, we're running on time to this. No pressure to speed it up, Sunny. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm good. That's all right. That's what I'm here for. Good morning, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager. I'm Sunny Wang, the city's Water Utilities Manager. I'm here for item 12A, public hearing on our 2025 report on water quality and public health goal. First bullet, the city's drinking water meets all federal and state drinking water regulations, but we are required to hold a public hearing for this item. A public notice was made on September 30th in the Santa Monica Daily Press on the availability of the report, and that we're holding the public hearing tonight. And this is my last slide. There's recommended actions to adopt the finding that it is not a project, so it's not subject to CEQA, and that we're holding a public hearing to receive any public comments, and then to approve the attached 2025 water quality report relative to public health goals.
I'd like to move to adopt the finding, and option 2 as well, that this is not a project. I'd like to move this item.
Mayor, just for the record, we opened public input, but we have no speakers, and now we are going to close it.
Okay, thank you. Any second?
Happy to second that, and also maybe ask if this is the entirety of the report, maybe we should, in the future, do some agenda management to
Yeah.
keep you
I
here
don't think
less
I
late.
I didn't realize that. Sorry, Sunny. You should have
Water
said that.
doesn't
Could have texted me. I will also say that I alwait's order Santa Monica's Finest whenever I go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I always say back of the toilet, Santa Monica's Finest. It's drinkable. No. So we have a motion made by myself, seconded by Councilmember Zwick. Thank you, and I'm sorry you stayed all night for that. But
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete.
yes.
Motion passes.
Good morning and good night.
And we
Thank
loved
you,
your
Sunny.
appearance on the channel, the Santa Monica channel, and your video. Your new drop was great. That's right. That's right.
Okay, 16 is councilmember discussion item. 16A is request of the Disabilities Commission to declare Arlene Frame's seat vacant due to absenteeism and lack of communication.
I would move to approve the item.
Second.
Okay, Council Member Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Okay, last item, 16B.
Well, actually, no, we moved that in the earlier agenda management.
Oh, we are continuing that to next available. meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
And we do not have an adjournment, so I will say. Well, we don't have an official adjournment. I don't know her connection to Santa Monica, but we are sad that we lost Diane Keaton. And I would like to state that the next meeting is Tuesday, October 28th at 5:30 p.m. And we proved it today, and I will just say, keep it sassy, Santa Monica. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.